never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
Midnight hour is upon us, and we really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Well, thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Sommers on the radio. Got that hot shot secret and the diesel. You know it really makes this Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. How about you, Big Ed? Are you with me? Break one night for that Carolina monkey gouger. Negatory there, hillbilly. You clean clear to Blacktown. Let her roll. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, whether rain or sleet or even snow. And it don't matter if you're in New York or Dallas, you'll catch it all on the Steve Sommers Show. We got that hot shot secret and the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Yeah, we're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive.
Yes, indeed. That's how we close out my Easter weekend. I know most of you were back to work Monday. So I hope you had a wonderful Easter weekend. Nothing like mowing the grass Saturday. Having a beautiful Easter Sunday. A little on the cool side, breezy, but then waking up to snowfall on Monday morning. What gives with that? And that's what people in the Northeast are saying tonight. What? April what? April the 19th? And we're talking big storm. Heavy snow coming down at this hour in the Northeast. Eastern Pennsylvania, central and eastern New York, winter storm warnings. I mean, we're talking up to a foot of snow potentially, 6 to 12 inches, especially in some of those higher elevations. And of course, you got a rainy night. East of the snow, south and east. Rain falling in Poughkeepsie, New York. Down to Islip, rain in New York City. Heavy rains extending down to the Philadelphia area. Harrisburg, PA. Looks like you're kind of making that transition. Where you had seen some heavy rain transitioning to some snow. Rain on down into much of central and eastern Maryland. A little bit of rain down in the D.C. area, as a matter of fact, tonight. Back into the Great Lakes region, the Ohio Valley. Some scattered snow showers here and there. Not going to be enough to mount to much problems on the roadways. Of course, asphalt temperatures above the freezing mark. Looking at 39 degrees outside the secret bunker. Nonetheless, there's some scattered snow showers in and around the region. Spotty showers down through parts of Kentucky into West Virginia. But what an active night. Let me delve into our big storm system, where folks in the Northeast, you're preparing strong, potentially disruptive snow, which, like I said, could be up to a foot in some areas. Heavy rain, fierce winds through the upcoming day, Tuesday. Yes, despite the calendar showing mid-April, heavy accumulating snow is falling across the interior portions of the Northeast overnight and through the day Tuesday. We'll be talking about travel disruptions, particularly in the mountains from West Virginia all the way to northwestern New England. We've got winter weather advisories stretching from West Virginia to parts of New England, with winter storm warnings in place from northeastern Pennsylvania through much of interior New York. This is a strengthening storm along the mid-Atlantic coast, combined with the approaching cold front. It's going to bring another punch of wintry weather to the Northeast and New England. Rain continues to spread northward along the coastal areas. We saw a wet Monday evening rush hour for New York City. Even some thunderstorms rumbling in southeastern Virginia and eastern North Carolina. Forecasters tell us areas of snow and rain will spread northward from the central Appalachians to parts of the Midwest. Snow actually began to cover roads in portions of western Maryland, northeastern West Virginia, and northern Virginia this past day, with the unseasonably chilly air in place ahead of the arrival of these systems. Conditions are indeed favorable for snow across interior portions of the region. Again, especially those higher elevations from the Alleghenies, the Poconos, the Catskills, to the Adirondacks, the Green and White Mountains. Not only is snow on the way for these mountain areas, but snow's going to pile up heavy accumulations. And this is going to be the heavy, wet, clingy kind of snow. I'm not sure how much tree leaf budding and whatnot you've seen in the Northeast. We've got a lot of green already showing on the trees in our area. But as the temperatures drop overnight and into the day Tuesday, snow becomes more widespread as it spreads from the Ohio Valley to northern New England. There's anticipation for a band of wet, heavy snow setting up over eastern and north-central Pennsylvania to upstate New York. This wall of snow has the potential to produce snowfall rates of 2 or even 3 inches per hour. That's going to cling to the trees and the power lines. You've got the risk of large limbs bending and breaking. Power outages, blocked roads could become extensive over the higher terrain. And obviously, snowfall rates of that magnitude will lead to rapidly deteriorating road conditions. Despite the snow falling so late in the season, an accumulation on some roads is likely, and that's going to be wintry travel conditions. Now, many folks in the interior Northeast and parts of the central Appalachians, you're going to be waking up to the snow cover by Tuesday morning. Then throughout the day, snow and rain continues to be confined to interior areas from Pennsylvania and Ohio all the way up into Maine. The highest totals should be limited to the highest elevation of the endless mountains, the Catskills, Adirondacks. A foot or more, AccuWeather says some areas may end up with 24 inches of snow before all is said and done. Then you've got the easterly winds allowing warm air to sweep from the Atlantic Ocean over much of New England. That may keep your snow totals down maybe less than 6 inches for all but the higher elevations there. But then the soaking rain as well, closer to the Atlantic coast. Many of our I-95 cities will see some flooding rains from Philadelphia all the way to Portland, Maine. So if you're planning to travel those areas, if you're trying to move freight overnight tonight and through the upcoming day, obviously you'll need to allow extra time, and you'll be traveling in inclement weather conditions. Now, since the winds are forecast to flip from the east and the southeast to the west with this storm, this system may not fit the mold for a true nor'easter. Nor'easters typically bring an extended period of wind from the northeast, but strong winds are expected, adding to the hazards in the region. Gusts along Long Island and southern New England may reach 50 to 60 miles per hour. We could see gusts approaching 70 miles per hour. Winds will be particularly gusty along the mountains of West Virginia and Pennsylvania, as well as along the shores of Lake Erie overnight tonight. The Adirondacks, the Green and White Mountains could have a period of high winds overnight and through the upcoming day. After New York City hit 73 over the weekend on Saturday, well above average for this time of year, this storm is going to prevent temperatures from rising past maybe the lower 50s. Today, some spots in the interior Northeast could maybe not even get to the 40-degree mark for a high for your Tuesday afternoon. Most of our cities will finally experience a substantial warming trend by the end of this week. With each passing storm, we've been saying, will this be Old Man Winter's last gasp? I'm hoping maybe this will be the one. Friday could finally seem like a true spring day with 70-degree temperatures, partly sunny skies creeping northward into Philadelphia and Harrisburg, PA. I know in our area here, southwest Ohio, they say by next weekend we may actually approach the 80-degree mark. But it's a very chilly night tonight as we look at, we've got freeze warnings again tonight extending all the way into southern portions of Missouri. Freeze warnings for southwest Indiana, all of southern Illinois, most of Missouri, even northeastern portions of Kansas. You've got frost advisories that extend all the way from northeast Oklahoma through northern Arkansas into western portions of Tennessee tonight. Of course, the higher elevations there in southeast Tennessee along the Tennessee-North Carolina line, the mountainous areas, freeze warnings in that region as well. What a way to start the week, huh? Springtime, you said. Thanks so much to Peter Cottontail. Hello to Horse Feathers out of the box tonight. First on YouTube, followed by Heavy D. Hello, Steve, and the Overnight Drive crew. Stay safe. Keep on trucking out there. Gilligan on board. Prayers for Gilligan. Gilligan, his son-in-law passed away literally hours ago. He'd been hospitalized, I believe double pneumonia over the weekend. He was on a ventilator. So prayers for Gilligan and the family in a very difficult time. It's not supposed to work that way. Parents aren't supposed to be burying their children. Hello to Philly Dan, though. Morning, Steve. 43 degrees here in Philadelphia. It's been raining and got rain for a couple more hours. Everybody stay safe. God bless the Rambler. All right, Timothy checking in. Hello to Gilligan. Morning. Sorry for your loss and Lucy's loss. We lost our son in August of 2019. Hello to Joe. Morning, Steve, and the Overnight Drive crew. I'm ready for spring. We actually had 3 inches of snow at the home 20 today. We've got a chilly 36 degrees, kind of a rainy night here in Winchester, Virginia. Everybody stay safe. Hello to Canadian Terry. Austin, Texas is in locale tonight with 70 degrees. A beautiful night. I'd take that 70. I'll trade you a 38 for a 70. Headed home after being gone since March the 24th. It's been a stretch out, March 4th, rather. It's been a stretch out there on the road. Welcome back. Stay safe, everyone. Gilligan driving in the thriving metropolis of Highview, West Virginia, with 33 degrees, damp conditions. And unfortunately, me and Mary lost our stepson to pneumonia just a couple of hours ago. Please pray for my wife to help her through this trying time. Hello to Larry. Good afternoon. Hammer down. Be safe. We've got 38 degrees, raining cats and dogs here in Danbury, Connecticut tonight. There's the ice cream man, almost back from my tour in Louisville tonight. Finally be home in Columbus, Ohio tomorrow night so I can see my 5-year-old daughter. All right. 15 car checking in, 45 degrees, chilly here in Charlotte tonight. Safe travels to all out there. Morning from Central Florida. There's Richard checking in with 70 degrees. The garbage throwing daddy checking in. Morning, y'all. Hope everybody has a good, safe day out there. Hey, Steve, Brian checking in. Did you see the Easter Bunny leading Biden around over the weekend? Yes, Brian, I don't know, it's somewhat comical, but at the same time, it's not really funny. Everywhere Biden goes, if he stops to talk to people, someone, typically his wife Jill, has to get him by the arm and say, "Come on, Joe, come on." In this case, it was out on the White House lawn for the Easter roll, the Easter egg roll. And the actual Easter bunny that was on hand for the kids on several occasions had to take Joe by the arm and say, come on, let's move on down the line. We're not talking about these things. We've got more on that story coming up here. Sad. Hello, Dipsy Driver. Morning, Steve, and all the great listeners out there. Yeah, why did Waldo go into therapy? Of course, because he was trying to find himself. Yeah, a lousy joke to coincide with the lousy weather here in mid-Michigan. Have a great night, everybody. Couple more here. David checking in with heavy rain, cold in New Jersey. Everybody stay safe out there. Steve, I wouldn't be surprised to see snow when it's 80 degrees this weekend in Ohio. Hired gun on board, morning on board. Proud to be number 4 on the thumbs up coming in this morning. 49 degrees clear here in northwest Georgia tonight. Everybody have a great day. Keep it painted side up as always. Let's go, Brandon. Hello to Deborah. Morning, Steve. Hoping you and the princess had a nice Easter with the family. It's been kind of a gloomy day here in Indiana. Snow today. Stay safe out there, everybody, especially my special driver. Yeah, there's Gerald checking in over the weekend, Steve. Saturday, the governor of Georgia suspended the hours of service. Yes, that is one of the top industry headlines, an emergency declaration, supply chain issues there in the state of Georgia. We'll tell what his emergency declaration states for drivers in that state. Hello to Kevin. Morning, y'all. Got a couple inches of spring snow here in northern Illinois this past day. Pretty much melted now. The roads are just damp. I-94, 294, US 41, pretty good. God bless the drivers out there. Good morning, the War Pig checking in. Northeast Indiana, headed to Cleveland for a 5 a.m. appointment. I don't call in, but I enjoy listening to the regulars out there. Everybody have a safe night. Then there's the Buckeye Boy checking in from Ackworth, Georgia, with a windy, crisp 48 degrees. Brr, hope you had a great Easter weekend. We did also, but all good things must come to his end as I'm back on the road, headed for the great Northwest. Got all my freight and groceries for the trip this past day. Sounds like it's time to get on the planes and trains. The mask mandates have ended. Yes, a judge striking down the mask mandate this past weekend for right after the CDC just last week announced they were going to extend that for another additional 2 weeks. The puppet's decree goes down in flames by the courts in Florida. Everybody have a great night and be careful out there. Our number, 844-844-3388. Again, trust you had a wonderful Easter weekend. We're making our way into a Tuesday morning. The new week underway. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Honorary Forest Ranger Betty White here, lending a hand to my dear friend Smokey Bear. Because for years, he's only said,
Only you can prevent wildfires.
but there's a lot more to say. Like if you park your car on tall, dry grass, the hot exhaust pipe can start a wildfire. So keep the animals safe, especially the cute shirtless one. Go to SmokeyBear.com to learn more about wildfire prevention. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Hello to Gerald. I says, hey, Gerald, he says, I hope you didn't get paid for taking a day off, taking advantage of the company on a non-holiday. Hey, Good Friday was the paid holiday, and I worked Good Friday. It was a trade-off. But yeah, we're back after a 3-day weekend. Helen and Lynn, praying for Chris. That's Gilligan, praying for you and your family. So sorry. There's Jan checking in from South Carolina this morning. Rocky, Papa Rock, checking in. Shreveport, Louisiana tonight. Got the Dragon Slayer checking in from Catoosa, Oklahoma. 43 and clear at this hour. Hello to Tony. Morning, Steve. 45 here in Wichita, Kansas. Winds out of the east. Light winds. Headed to Dodge City with the load. All right. Let's see. There's Wanda, a.k.a. the Georgia Peach, and Fireball Tina. Happy birthday, Tina. Birthday celebration is on. About 20 minutes ago, officially her birthday here on the 19th of April. Yeah, thank you to the princess, you and the princess, for sharing your home and your hospitality. We may not go home. We're going to be exploring Cincinnati tomorrow. Yeah, so got the Georgia Peach. Tina came in town over the weekend. Actually just got here Sunday morning. Saturday night, Sunday morning. Or Sunday night, Monday morning, wasn't it? Hell, let's see. Dipsy Driver, sorry to hear about that. Gilligan, prayers for you and the family, the wife. From the wife and I. Like Steve said, I'm not supposed to happen that way. Yeah. So very sorry. All right. Hello to the Rambler. Rambler, I don't know that we've ever had you first out of the box, but hi there. How was your Easter weekend, brother?
Brother, it was wonderful. You know, we had a good live service over at Determined Ministries Church. We had 30 local people that follow us locally show up, and we had a great message and everything like that. And it was wonderful, Steve. We had a great Easter, and I'm like you. I had time off, but I originally called tonight, and I'll probably call later on, get into more about the service. I want to talk about Chris and Lucy Orndorff. Chris and Lucy, y'all know them as Gilligan and Marianne. Now, I know Chris and Lucy personally. Now, I never met them before, but I've talked to them on the phone, and we're good friends. And I just want to I don't want to open this show up on a downer, but I have kids. Steve, you have children and grandchildren. And everyone that's listening, you just about have a child or a grandchild, and you know how hard it is, no matter if you're a step parent or not a step parent. When you marry your significant other, you also take on the responsibility of being a parent. So I don't even like to even use step in that order. But we do need to be praying for Chris and Lucy. Losing their son Pancho was very hard. Man, we have prayed for Pancho. I've talked to Chris a lot of times, you know, about his son, and you know they loved him, and it's hard. It's very hard. And as we go throughout the night, let's just remember Chris and Lucy. Like I said, losing a child, I couldn't imagine, Steve. You know, with your son, you know, and I don't even know your son, but to know that he's in law enforcement and know that the way that people are today towards law enforcement, I worry about your son, and I'm not even his dad.
Right,
so I couldn't imagine how you worry about your son and how your son's wife worries about him, you know? So y'all just be praying for Gilligan all throughout this night. And Marianne, otherwise known as Chris and Lucy. And like I said, they are friends of mine. And, you know, if you have a child, even though the child may be going through a hard time, try and reach out to them. Tell them you love them, you know. And if you can't reach them, if there's something going on to where, you know, drugs or alcohol has just taken over and you don't know where they're at least get on your bended knee and pray for your child. Man, listen to this, before I go, where would we be, God's children, if we didn't have a mama to pray for us? And Pancho had a mama named Lucy that prayed for him. And let's just remember that. Where would you be? Look back on your life. Go back in time. Where would you be if you didn't have a mama or a grandmama to get on a bended knee and say a prayer for you, even though you were probably unreachable by mere mortal humans because of the actions that you did to yourself? Thank God for a mama and a grandmama. Y'all remember Chris and Lucy in your prayers. And Steve, I'll call in later on, and I want to talk more about the service we had. And I saw your pictures on Facebook of them grandbabies. I know you love them, man.
Yep.
You can't get enough of them. And, you know, I know y'all had a great time. And before I go, Georgia Peach, if you're going to, and I'm assuming they're wanting to make a home in the metropolitan city of Cincinnati. You can't go wrong with going by White Castle, getting you a couple of them, and then going by Skyline Chili and dip your White Castle in the chili. You can't go wrong with that. That'll make you stay. All right, God bless you. I'll call in later, Steve. Love you, man.
All right, thank you much. I mean, I've heard of people trying. I like my White Castle. I like my Skyline, but I don't like the idea of the combination of the two. But I guess I can't knock it till you try it. That is a thing, though, in this town. Hello, Steve, from a wet, snowy central New York. Anticipating 12 to 24 inches here. They're talking power outages. That is the Lawnmower Man checking in this morning. Sent me another message here. Okay, got the numbers from poweroutage.us. And then we got, what's it? Yeah, it's been a heavy, wet snow since about 8 o'clock Monday evening, Eastern time, here in central New York. All right, batten down the hatches, lawnmower man. Good to have you with us here. All right, quickly in the world of motorsports, first I got a message from Wheelchair Dave who says, I'd like to dedicate the Easter Sunday NASCAR race to the Monkey Gouger. Seeing those Toyotas win the Bristol race was great. What a finish for the Jappercrappers. Hats off to Kyle Busch. Anyway, I hope to get a chance maybe to call in later, tell you what I and other NASCAR drivers really thought about the dirt racing action at Bristol over the weekend. From Wheelchair Dave there, Lake Lanier, Georgia. I didn't get to see the entire race. I saw some of the highlights. Yeah, Kyle just kind of stole one. It wasn't like he was well in third, but on that final lap coming out of turn 4, as a matter of fact, they were trying to make a pass. Two cars get off the track sideways, and here comes Kyle for the win. Okay. All right, we'll get more on what's going on in the world of racing. Everything actually started Thursday night, and I did get to tune in for some of the dirt track action. Kyle Larson hosted the Kyle Larson Late Model Challenge at Volunteers Speedway there in Tennessee. That was an action-packed race. Mike Marlar took the checkered first for the $20,000 payday. Kyle actually finished fourth in that race. Larson's Hendrick teammate, William Byram, was in attendance for his first ever dirt late model race. Now, that would have been a good one to be in attendance at. Check out some of the other racing action coming up here, thanks to Ryan. Rolling into a Tuesday morning. Our number, 844-844-3388, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News with Kenneth Burns.
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky says Russia has begun its offensive in eastern Ukraine as feared. The Kremlin has said its main goal is to capture the Donbas region after it failed to capture Ukraine's capital. Pentagon spokesman John Kirby says Russia has beefed up its resources and reinforced tactical groups.
We can't say specifically where all these battalions, these tactical groups are going, but we have seen over the last few days that they've added now more than 10 to what they already had there in that part of the country.
According to officials, at least 7 people were killed in Russian airstrikes on the western city of Lviv, a city that's been considered a place of relative safety for those fleeing other parts of the country. Wall Street closed slightly lower coming off the holiday. The Dow was down 39.5 points. The Nasdaq lost 19. The S&P 500 was essentially flat. This is USA Radio News.
An adult elephant can weigh up to 6 tons. The average person, 150 pounds. Ever heard of carfentanil? It's a large wild animal tranquilizer. Illegal drug dealers lace heroin with it. It can kill the average human. If you or a loved one is addicted to opiates, even pain pills, don't wait until it's too late. Call the Detox and Treatment Helpline now. We care. Many of us have been where you are. We'll take you or a loved one away from the drug environment to a place you can clean out safely. Plus, we'll work with your insurance company to make sure you get the treatment you need. And with a Family Medical Leave Act, you're allowed by law to get away for help without telling your employer why. Call now to save a life. 800-707-9709. 800-707-9709. That's 800-707-9709.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
Hey, Dad, your prescription will be ready in just a minute. Hey, Dad, your laundry will be ready in just a minute. Dad, your lunch will be ready in just a minute.
Hey, honey, why don't you take a minute?
When you help care for a loved one, you give them as much time as you can, making sure they're safe and comfortable. But it's just as important that you take some time for yourself. At AARP, we can help with information and useful tips on how you can maintain a healthy life balance, care for your own physical and mental well-being, and manage the challenges of caring for a loved one. Because the better care you take of yourself, the better care you can provide for your loved one.
Thanks, Dad.
Thank you.
You're there for them. We're here for you. Find free care guides to support you and your loved one at aarp.org/caregiving. That's aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, yes, indeed. Lines available as we roll into a Tuesday. Hope your week's off to a good start. OvernightDriveRadio.com, TNCRadio.live. Yeah, we're back with another week of the $1,000 Daily Driver Bonus Contest. Got your keywords coming your way this morning. Looking here, coming up next hour, we'll have our first keyword. We'll share that with you. Go to tncradio.live on the web or the app. Enter that keyword and you're entered to win the $1,000 Daily Driver Bonus. Meanwhile, you had Governor Kemp there in Georgia declaring a state of emergency related to supply chain disruptions in the state. The executive order went into effect on the 16th. It remains in effect for 30 days. Kemp points to lingering supply chain disruptions, of course, caused by the pandemic, as the reason for the state of emergency. But what this does, the executive order suspends federal regulations related to commercial vehicle drivers' hours of service. However, The order forbids any motor carrier from requiring or allowing fatigued or ill drivers to operate. Any driver who notifies their carrier that they need rest is to be given at least 10 consecutive hours off duty prior to returning to service, according to the order. The order also forbids price gouging of goods and services needed to respond to the state of emergency. In particular, they say motor fuel and diesel fuel. The order also provided some new guidance on oversized load requirements and permitting as well. Now, they do say after 30 days, Georgia officials could opt to renew the order. But again, that is in place at this point in time. Get to some of the other industry headlines coming up here. There was good news from the southern border. Remember the chaos that ensued last week as Mexican drivers were protesting the order about mandatory truck inspections for all trucks crossing into the U.S. from Mexico. Apparently that has also now been rescinded. Get the full scoop on that. I think Governor Abbott there in Texas, actually, he had made a deal with the mayor of Nuevo Leon, that one region. But apparently late last week, Friday as a matter of fact, they came to a deal with all the other border crossing areas. Yeah, the Texas-Mexico agreements actually put a positive spin on a chaotic move that featured incredible traffic snarls at the border, wait times in some cases up to 30 hours trying to cross the border. Now, the rules previously required all commercial trucks from Mexico to undergo enhanced inspections as a means of restricting the flow of illegals and drugs crossing the border. But the results were chaos, traffic jams, drivers waiting for up to 30 hours. There were also non-drivers or protesters clogging the bridge connecting Del Rio to Mexico's Ciudad Acuña. So either way, Governor Abbott lifting the inspections order after coming with some sort of agreements with the 4 neighboring Mexican states. According to Abbott's office, the first domino in that process fell on Thursday when they signed a memorandum of understanding between the state of Texas and the free and sovereign state of Nuevo Leon to enhance border security measures there. After making that first announcement, Abbott blasted President Biden for rescinding effective border security measures, things like Title 42, under President Biden until he enforces the immigration laws that are in place, passed by Congress. Texas is going to step up and use our own strategies to secure the border and negotiate with Mexico to seek solutions that will keep Texans safe. Now, when he began enforcing the order, there was no public mention of it being contingent on any sort of separate deals with Mexican territories, but a few days ago, even the American Trucking Association called the inspections wholly flawed, redundant, adding considerable weight on an already strained supply chain. And one customs agent in Mexico estimated the losses of millions of dollars every day that those inspections were ongoing, which didn't actually cover the logistical problems of all the traffic delays there. So that would be good news. Things as far as the freight crossing the border, things should be back up and moving pretty smoothly as we get the new week underway. About 18 before the hour. It is 844-844-3388. Hope your week's off to a good start. What's going on, Ron?
Hey, how are you?
Back to work, back to the old grind. Yep.
Oh, that's great. Well, I had a great weekend with you, seeing our grandkids.
Right. Yep. I'm glad Sunday was Easter because yesterday sucked with the snowy, rainy how cold it got.
Oh, I know, man. And you know what? What really is horrible is that it's going to be 80 degrees here in February or in
a few days. Yeah, it's crazy.
But Aubrey is getting so big, man. Can you believe how our little granddaughter is getting so big?
Growing like a weed.
So is Rowan. Rowan's going big too, man. They're all just like he's bumping up.
He's 10 years old, and he's right about, I think he's as tall or maybe an inch taller than his mama.
That's true. That's absolutely true. I had a great weekend, man. We had a great time over there, man. We were getting a little drunk, all of us. That was good. Lauren requested some Tito's and some Coca-Cola to deal with her stress. That was good. But yeah, it was good. They had a good little ham over there.
Easter Sunday. I had a good Easter Sunday. She did a good job with all the stress.
Yeah. Did you see Steven?
Say it again.
Did you see Steven? Did he finally come down?
Oh yeah, he did.
He must have. Is everything all right there?
Yeah, I think he was just tired. He had worked the night before. They didn't have to work Easter Sunday night, but he did work that morning, so he was just wore out.
Well, the one thing I want to talk about, man, is Joe Biden. I think his mental health is absolutely gone off the fucking rail. It's over. You know what I'm saying? We were talking about that in the living room the other day, but it's bad, man. It's really bad.
When you've got the Easter Bunny having to lead you around by your hand to prevent you from saying things that they don't want you to say, it's pretty scary.
That is. We got a good family, Steve. I'm telling you right now, man. It's pretty amazing what we got. You know, Avery, Rowan, and little Princess.
Little Aubrey.
Something else. Man.
She's a cutie. Yep. And just got to enjoy them while they're little because they grow so fast.
Yes, they do. Absolutely. It was good to see you, though, man.
Well, good to see you. And yeah, had a good Easter Sunday, good dinner, grandkids, Easter egg hunt. That was a good time. Yeah, Aubrey's at the perfect age to get out there hunting eggs. Joe Biden, yeah. Did Joe Biden have security detail inside the bunny costume during the Easter egg roll at the White House? Or maybe did a White House staffer actually don the bunny suit? Those are all the intriguing questions raised this past day after two separate videos showed the president being escorted away from separate conversations on Sunday by that pesky rabbit. And in both cases, the rabbit, if you haven't seen the videos, flailing his arms directly facing the president, trying to get his attention, as if it had been a pre-planned signal to urge the president, come on, Joe, come on, move on. But the Easter egg roll, the long-standing White House tradition prior to the pandemic of 2020 and 21, there was a number of children and their parents that all gather on the South Lawn. Scavenger games, of course, the Easter egg hunt is what it's all about. Normally one of the most relaxed, informal events on the president's schedule for any given year. For his part, President Biden seemed happy to engage with different groups in the videos before being ushered away by the rabbit in full costume. For tweet number 1, President Biden was apparently discussing Afghanistan with people off camera when the bunny makes its first appearance to capture the president's attention. Come on, let's move to a different part of the lawn. Then tweet number 2, the video, which was filmed from a greater distance. President Biden had been talking with parents and children behind a tiny white gate. All of them were wearing face masks, only to be interrupted and shooed away by that same wascally weapon. Did any members of the White House media crack the case as to who was in the bunny costume? Well, on Sunday, White House assistant Angela Perez tweeted another video, presumably of herself, in the bunny costume. The message said, "Hoppin' on a Zoom call." But during Biden's Easter egg roll balcony speech, the rabbit costume that Perez had apparently worn was humorously flanking the president. Come on. Can't be speaking off script, Mr. President, says the Easter Bunny on the White House lawn. All right, lines available, wide open on a Tuesday at 844-844-3388. How was your weekend? Good to have you on board the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to serve us all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
My daughter Brinley is here at St. Jude. Coming here was literally life or death, and it was so scary. But St. Jude is fighting for one goal, like this one mission, life, and that gave us hope. We haven't received a single bill from St. Jude, so I really can just focus on what's best for Brinley.
Finding cures, saving children. Learn more at stjude.org.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
A handful of items to bring you up to speed on. Catch up after a little break over the weekend. It's 844-844-3388. What else in the world of racing? All right, so you mentioned the Kyle Lawson's late model challenge. Friday and Saturday, Tony Stewart's All-Star Circuit of Champions Sprint Car Series was at Attica Raceway Park, where Tyler Courtney swept the weekend, winning both nights, as a matter of fact. World of Outlaws were at I-55 Speedway in Missouri this weekend. Friday night rained out, but Saturday it was Carson Macedo who got his first win at the quarter-mile Bull Ring, leading all 35 laps there. Sheldon Haudenschild flipped on a restart while running fourth on lap number 5. He would go to the work area for the 2-minute guarantee to get repaired and rejoin the field in 20th place. He would then charge through the field, ending up fourth by the time the checkered flag fell. Quite the comeback. Then Sunday, of course, NASCAR was at Bristol Motor Speedway on the dirt. Now, the race would go under a fairly lengthy rain delay after stage 2. And then again, with 27 laps to go, Tyler Reddick would go on to lead the last 26 and a half laps until Chase Briscoe tried a slide job on Reddick going into turn 3, making contact with Reddick, both of them then spinning out, which left the door open for Kyle Busch to get by both of them for the victory. Yeah, Tyler Reddick finished second. Joey Logano, Kyle Larson, and Ryan Blaney ended up winding out the top 5 there. Yeah, I'm not sure about the attendance before the whole rain delays, but yeah, I saw some of the highlights, which the stands were maybe at half capacity. Now, I'm assuming much of that would be maybe the fans were there, but with the lengthy rain delay, many of them had exited. Not sure if they made it. Yeah, there was a lot of empty seats there in Bristol for the dirt track race. About 7 before the hour. It's 844-844-3388. Coming up 5 o'clock Eastern time this morning following the overnight drive. The special episode of the Truckers Radio Network radio show. Shelley Johnson. Shelley and Tom will be interviewing truck driving daredevil Mike Ryan. Does that ring a bell? Yes, it does. Mike shares how he got started in the business and some of his memories from work on films like Terminator 2 and the Fast and Furious series. Yes, that was Mike driving one of those Dodge Chargers, pulling the vault down the street in Fast 5. It wasn't easy. Mike holds the record for the longest 18-wheeler jump, but it almost killed him. Of course, he's a film legend that most people have never heard of, and you'll get a real kick out of this interview with Mike Ryan. I mean, I'm familiar with him when he does the Pikes Peak thing. Then stay tuned for Building Stronger Minds. Dr. Christopher Cortman, Dr. Chris, and Tom talk about the importance of investment, not financial investments, but investments in things outside of yourself. After which, it's Truckers Life Radio with our friends from TFC Global. Ron Frazier talks with the CEO of an organization known as Truckers for the Homeless. It's a great group that works to help those who've hit hard times. It helps to distinguish between those who need a helping hand versus those who just want a handout. All that and more later this morning, TNC or radio.live. In about 5 before the hour, and clear lines at 844-844-3388. Coming up, Canada's Truck World Show, scheduled for the end of the week. Truck World is scheduled for this Thursday through Sunday at the International Center in Mississauga, Ontario, near Parsons International Airport. This show is the first Truck World since 2018, as a matter of fact. More than 500 exhibitors expected in 5 exhibit halls, according to the website. A new product showcase will be featured there, with electronic logging device enforcement scheduled to take effect in Canada in January of 23. The Ontario Ministry of Transportation is scheduled to present a program on ELDs in Ontario. That'll be at 11 a.m. on Thursday and Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Other ELD programs are also scheduled. Scheduled for the show's The Knowledge Stop Seminar Series. If you're looking to attend, they tell us admission is $10 for the 3-day event if you're registered before 6 p.m. on the 20th. Now, this is the 19th. You got today, Tuesday, and Wednesday. If you don't get pre-registered before Wednesday, I guess it'll cost you $20. Children 16 and younger do not have to be registered, but if you wait to pay at the door, it'll be $20 cash only. It says here, cash only, so no cards. And then Virginia State Police may be knocking on your truck door if you're stopped at truck stops or rest areas in that state over the next several days, they tell us. These trooper visits are part of a 3-day Operation Safe Passage, trying to raise awareness of human trafficking in the trucking industry. It actually started this past day, started on Monday and continues today and Wednesday throughout the state of Virginia. Troopers, they tell us, cannot wake drivers if you're on a 10-hour break, but they are able to pass out educational materials or do inspections if you're on duty. So just be prepared, they tell us. Anyone who suspects human trafficking in the state of Virginia is encouraged to report it by dialing pound 77 on your cell phone to reach the nearest Virginia State Police Emergency Dispatch Center, or you can, of course, call 911. Speaking of the human trafficking, I believe I've got the story here where there was a big operation that rescued a number of youngsters in recent days. Human trafficking. Many of us, myself included, didn't realize how big of a problem human trafficking is in this country. I mean, I was more inclined to think, well, yeah, that's the kind of thing you see in Thailand or China, not here in the USA. But boy, was I ever wrong. All right, coming up, we'll get back with more of your calls at 844-844-3388. What's on your mind? Hope you had a wonderful Easter weekend. Get more on our travelers' weather as well. Looks like some very beneficial rain may be coming to folks on the West Coast to help out with the drought conditions there. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
A Florida judge says not so fast and is striking down the mask mandate on planes and other forms of public transportation. The judge saying the CDC overstepped its authority and declared the rule invalid after it was recently extended through May 3rd due to concerns about a new subvariant of Omicron. Parts of Ukraine are being pounded by another wave of Russian missile attacks.
They hit targets over the weekend in Lviv, and they also launched some airstrikes into Kyiv itself as well. What we think they're doing is going after military or military-related targets.
Pentagon spokesman John Kirby saying the Ukrainians are still defending the key port city of Mariupol despite a fierce ongoing Russian attack. Kirby adding the Ukrainian forces are brave and valiant. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Not too long ago, it felt good to withdraw your cash from the bank, didn't it? For a vacation or a new car. But today, withdrawing your own cash has become risky. Pat Boone here for Swiss America. According to The Secret War, a new Swiss America white paper, I learned that all banks are now required to spy on you and me for the government, and then report any financial behavior deemed suspicious or unusual. You must read The Secret War. It's free.
Thanks, Pat. Call toll-free 800-630-1490. That's 800-630-1490.
Truth is, I believe the government's new war against cash is really a war against us all. But the secret is now out. So please, get and read The Secret War.
Again, 800-630-1490. 800-630-1490 today.
Or at SwissAmerica.com.
Many taxpayers are scrambling to meet tonight's IRS deadline.
The complexity of the tax code is a big complaint by many Americans. Doing your own taxes is a headache. This year, more than half the tax filers turn to a professional for help. That's according to the latest data from the Internal Revenue Service. That means you'll be getting back less in your refund check. Good news, The IRS is also reporting the average refund for 2021 taxes is just over $3,200. You'll need to file before the end of the day or go to irs.gov and file an extension until October. Now, if you owe money, you'll need to pay the IRS today to avoid penalties, even if you file an extension. From the West Coast to USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
The Northeast is bracing for up to a foot of snow from a late-season nor'easter. Winter weather advisories and warnings stretch from parts of West Virginia to southern Vermont. You're listening to USA Radio News.
You clean everything else in your house, why don't you clean the air? It's easy to do with an Eden Pure Thunderstorm air purifier. They're under $200 for a 3-pack. You can put one in the kitchen, you can put one in the living room, you can put one in that room that you always flush. Go to EdenPureDeals.com, put in my promo code CLASSIC3, and you'll save $200. EdenPureDeals.com, discount code CLASSIC3, and you'll also get free shipping.
Elon Musk is putting Twitter's board of directors on notice. The Tesla and SpaceX CEO saying they'll get zero pay if he takes control of the company. In a tweet on Monday, Musk adding that's $3 million a year saved right there. Musk and Twitter founder Jack Dorsey are putting pressure on the company's board of directors to sell. This comes after the board on Friday moved to shore up its defense against Musk's $43 billion takeover bid. For USA Radio News, I'm Tim Berg. The CDC is continuing to find cases of bird flu across the country.
A highly contagious avian flu has spread to more than 30 states, but the risk to public health is low, according to the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. The U.S. Department of Agriculture confirmed in a statement that the avian flu has spread to commercial chicken flocks in Pennsylvania and also in Utah. While the virus spreads easily among birds with more than 27 million affected, according to the CDC data, no human cases have been found in the U.S. From the USA Radio News Pacific Northwest Bureau, I'm Wendy King.
Professor Nicholas Merriweather of Shawnee State University received a settlement of $400,000 after suing the university for threatening him over his refusal to use the preferred pronouns of a male student who claims to be female. For USA Radio News, I'm Tim Berg.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Back at it here on a Tuesday morning. Well, it feels like a Monday, but hey, hope you had a great weekend. Hey, we mentioned our storm impacting the Northeast. There's a large, multi-faceted storm that's brewing for the nation's midsection once again this week. Latest projections from AccuWeather indicate another round of severe weather for parts of the plains and the Midwest, while the colder side of the storm may generate the 3rd snowstorm in 10 days, stretching from Montana through the Dakotas once again. I mean, this April has been a busy month, not only in terms of severe weather, but the wintry conditions as well. You had Tuesday the 12th, blizzard conditions for North Dakota, Severe weather from Kansas all the way to Wisconsin. A dozen tornadoes reported. Nearly 200 incidents of large hail. And this past weekend, another storm hit the northern plains, several inches to a foot of snow. Stiff winds, extensive blowing and drifting. Much of North Dakota, northeastern Montana, into northern Minnesota. This incoming late week storm for the central states is currently over the northern Pacific near Alaska's Aleutian Islands, but it's going to roll into the northwest probably midweek. It's going to reorganize then over the plains after crossing the interior west as warm air surges northward over much of the middle and eastern portions of the country. The setup by the time we get to Friday and Saturday again could spark severe storms from eastern North Dakota to Minnesota, Wisconsin, areas further south, including Kansas, Oklahoma, even central and western Texas once again. And the way the models are depicting here, all severe weather, all facets will be in the mix once again. High winds, large hail, flash flooding, and yes, tornadoes once again. Now, storms over the southern plains, probably very isolated in nature as they erupt along a push of dry air coming out of the deserts. That southern disturbance from last Tuesday did spark a great deal of severe weather from Texas to Louisiana and Arkansas. The early outlook for severe weather has the potential for Bismarck, North Dakota to be hit by gusty to severe storms. Residents there still digging out from a major blizzard with 20 inches of snow. That's just a matter of days ago. There is one locale, I believe is it Minot, North Dakota, with the three storms we've seen in the month of April. They've picked up literally 4 feet of snow. I mean, things are buried with incredible snow drifts there. Meanwhile, it's 844-844-3388. Hello, Fireball.
Hello there, Steve.
Happy birthday.
Well, thank you. Thank you.
It's not very gentlemanlike.
Calling to.
It's not gentlemanlike to ask how old. I'm guessing. Are you 56? Is it the big 5-6 or the double nickel?
Well, I was told 58.
Yeah, no.
But I think I'm younger than that.
That would be your oldest sister. Yeah, I know hers is coming up. Yep.
Yep. She'll be another year older than me.
I'm trying to remember. Is she going to hit the big 6-0 this year?
Let's see. I think so. I think you're right.
Oh, boy, oh, boy. Yeah, 2022. Yeah, 62. Okay, never mind. Strike that remark.
But I'm gonna need some money so that I can buy me some more clothes here, because I don't like this weather. Our weather's a little warmer.
Yeah, well, give it a couple days. Give it a couple days. Here. I don't know where this crap came from. I would blame you, but no, you wouldn't have brought it up from the south.
Nope, not me.
All right, so your plans for your birthday today. Now, what's her name? Georgia Peach said you're going to explore Cincinnati. What's on the agenda for today?
I think we're gonna try to go to the Glenwood Gardens and check that out, and some restaurants. Not for sure yet.
Okay. And then I know that I think they've got plans to take you to the princess's favorite roosters, right?
Yeah, and then there's another secret. I don't know what it is, but there'll be another secret.
I know what that is.
I'll find that out Wednesday, I hear.
Okay, all right.
So they've been torturing me ever since I've been here.
So, I mean, you heard that. Now, I know you had La Rosa's last evening. You've probably had that before over the years. But how about the idea? Let's get some White Castles and dip it in Skyline chili. How's that sound?
No, thank you. I've had that, and I don't care for that. But the roast was pretty good today.
Okay.
Or yesterday.
Well, how'd you? Years and years ago, there was a guy that went by the name Fireball Roberts. He was a race car driver. I'm assuming you're not a racing fan. Where did you get the handle Fireball?
Well, I guess that I've had too much Fireball in the past.
Okay.
Maybe on a cruise or something, you know.
Oh, so yeah, you got stuck with that. Oh, there's old Fireball Tina.
Yeah. So
I was buy your birthday present. Just get you some Fireball.
all I need is some, I guess, Fireball for my birthday, and I'll be good.
Okay. All right. Well, happy birthday, Tina.
Well, thank you for you and your princess hospitality here for me and Georgia Peach.
Georgia Peach. All right. Well, you're more than welcome. It's good to have you at the Home 20. Well, have a happy birthday, and we'll see you a little after 5 a.m., at which point she'll be sawing logs big time. Let me see here. Someone sent me a message, said Hunter Biden was actually at the White House Easter egg roll in Washington, D.C. Okay, I pulled the story up. Yeah, according to Fox News, the first son was photographed alongside his wife and his 2-year-old son while mingling with other guests on the south lawn of the White House. It's the first time Hunter has been seen in public since the Washington Post, of course, authenticated the emails from the now infamous Hunter laptop that had been previously dismissed. Hunter maintaining a very low profile, of course, under federal investigation, which actually began in 2018. Prosecutors from the attorney's office in Delaware reportedly pursue grand jury testimony concerning the sources of the first son's foreign income, including from Ukraine, the natural gas company Burisma Holdings, of which, of course, Hunter served on the board of directors. Those foreign business dealings were first reported in September of 2020 from Senate Republicans, but dismissed by the mainstream media for all that time, just now gaining some traction as the media outlets like the Washington Post and the New York Times have finally come around to authenticating thousands of emails from that abandoned laptop after, again, being dismissed leading up to the 2020 election. Hunter, of course, adamantly denies any wrongdoing. To date, has not yet been charged with a crime in regards to that investigation, but okay, good times at the White House. It is 844-844-3388. Wheelchair Dave, what's going on this evening?
Hey, Steve. I hear you're going to be treating old Fireball and Georgia Peach to dinner at the precinct there in Cincinnati.
The precinct. Wait a minute now. That's a little above my pay grade, isn't it?
Well, Cincinnati's best steakhouse. Come on.
Yes, you're not kidding there. It's one of the best.
Well, you were talking earlier about Governor Kemp and the supply chain. Our local Kroger's here seems to be out of a lot of the produce in the chip aisle for some reason, very low to bear the past week or so.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know how supplies are up there in Cincinnati, but here in Georgia, and we're having some issues.
I'll be honest, I hardly ever go actually into the grocery store anymore because we use the whole Kroger, Princess orders, using the click list thing. She orders it, and we just go to the pickup outside the store and pick it up.
Oh, all right. Well, that works. That works. The other thing I wanted to call in about was the NASCAR race, and I really like what you were talking about earlier. You spoke about the dirt racing up in Tennessee and Eldora. What do you really think about this NASCAR dirt racing?
I mean, I think it's cool to have them on the dirt. It's I don't know, just watching they're not really kind of sliding like the super late models do, but I mean it's definitely different. It tends to make you have to do more actual racing, the way I see it.
Yeah, well, some of the neighbors, I told you before, I got some neighbors that race in NASCAR, and they raced this weekend at Bristol, and they didn't like it. They didn't like it, and they said the other people didn't like it. Even the guy that won the race.
Well, Kyle last week, I shared that going into the weekend, that Kyle, leading up to, I guess it was the previous weekend where they were in Martinsville, and they asked him about it, and he said no. He said pull the plug, scrap it. He said he doesn't like the dirt track racing, but I guess maybe he likes it a little better now because he won the damn race over the weekend.
Well, so it's all about the TV money. It really is all about the TV money. And that's a shame, because they did that at the Coliseum trying to get, a new audience. They paid, $1.5 million to have the dirt brought in, and the Coliseum there in California, then $1.5 million to drag it out. But I've been told, this dirt stuff up in Bristol was just simply TV money.
Mm. Now, did you get to actually tune into the race over the weekend? I mean, I was kind of questioning when I went back to see some of the highlights. I think that was like after the initial rain delay. Were the stands any fuller initially before the big rain delay, or no?
Not really. That you didn't miss much on all that. I would have rather tuned in and watched what you watched on Thursday night, that late model racing there for Tennessee. I would have rather watched that than this NASCAR race, to be quite honest with you.
Mm-hmm.
But, just put it out there, Steve. I know how you like dirt tracks and stuff like that. I really just wanted to know your honest opinion about this past Sunday. And, Bristol needs to go back to Bristol, and that's it, period. You want a dirt track race? Let's go to Tony Stewart's track in Eldora.
Sure.
Yeah, all right, well,
they've been putting the trucks up there in Eldora for several years. I don't know, there had been some talk about NASCAR going there. Is that making any progress? You think they'll ever do it or no?
Well, the trucks used to be, years ago, used to be up there in Mansfield, Ohio. The trucks would go up and race up at that track, and that track is defunct now. And in fact, they took all those stands and stuff and took them to Shelby High School. They built a new high school in Shelby, Ohio, and all the stands out of Mansfield Racetrack are down. Football stands for Shelby, Ohio up there. That's where that Sheldon family, too, is from. All that, you talk about outlaws and stuff. Look up Jack Sheldon, or Hassenschild. That's his dad. And Sheldon's his son there. And they were up from Wooster, Loudonville, Ohio. There is where they're from. Dave Blaney and those guys, that's all that whole group was back around then. I'm just going back in my memory.
Wow. Okay. Very interesting. Well, hey, Dave, it's great to hear from you. How's your weather there in Lake Lanier, Georgia tonight?
Hey, it's cold.
Cold.
It was nice, and then all of a sudden, you got to put a sweatshirt on to go outside.
I had short sleeves on Saturday, and then had a lighter jacket for Sunday. Now I've got the heavy sweatshirt on tonight. We're 37 out the studio.
Well, you enjoy your next couple days with old Sis and enjoy running around Cincinnati having fun.
Thank you much, Wheelchair Dave. Have a great night, and we'll return into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch 4-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
My mother was always very active and independent, and she was familiar with her neighborhood. But one day, she stopped at the stop sign for much longer than usual. She wasn't even really sure where she was at.
It's important for you to talk to someone about it. I felt so much better after my son told me, Mom, we'll figure it out.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
I guess that's big news up there in the Chesapeake Bay over the weekend. Finally able to get that container ship unstuck out of the mud. The Ever Forward refloated on Sunday after being aground for 35 days after sailing from the port of Baltimore. Refloating the Ever Forward, which was hard aground outside the navigation channel along the entire length of the ship's hull. They say this required extensive coordination, involved the development and implementation of a comprehensive salvage plan, which included dredging as well as push and pull tugboat operations, according to the Coast Guard. The Ever Forward was carrying 4,964 containers when it ran aground back on March the 13th. All the previous efforts to refloat the ship not successful. Salvage crews were unable to overcome the ground force of the Ever Forward in the loaded condition. Dredging was conducted to a depth of 43 feet. Then they brought in crane barges to remove about 500 containers, which were returned to the marine terminal at the port of Baltimore. Now, with the help of 2 pulling barges and 6 tugs, they finally freed the ship about 7 a.m. Sunday morning, they tell us. Quite the operation, the vastness, the complexity of this response. They describe it as historic as far as getting this thing unstuck. An incident like Ever Forward grounding and this type and duration is a very rare occurrence. The Coast Guard said the Ever Forward would be towed to the Annapolis Anchorage grounds for inspection. Then they'll put those 500 containers that are at the Port of Baltimore back on board for the planned voyage to the Port of Virginia. They don't have a berthing date at the Port of Virginia just yet, but so finally, Ever Forward is back afloat there. And we'll get to our calls coming up here at 844-844-3388. Just about a minute and a half before the news break, so tell you what, let's jump on over to the California Highway Patrol Truckee Division. Says a Greyhound bus driver caused a major interstate shutdown late last week. Apparently, the Greyhound bus was found abandoned by the driver during that winter weather on I-80 west of Donner Lake. A highway patrol called out the bus company after discovering the driver apparently just left the bus on the interstate. Greyhound Lines want to come pick up your bus that your driver left behind, was the tweet. The highway patrol said, just in case anybody was wondering why I-80 westbound was shut down in Truckee, everyone say thank you to Greyhound. They did follow up on the story by commenting, we found the bus driver. The driver was done driving and got on another bus. Apparently, they were done driving. All right. Apparently, they had the bus driver left the bus because of the weather, and they had some sort of tire chain issues. The passengers and the driver transferred to a passing schedule. And with that, we're up to the news update. Bottom of the hour news break. As we roll into a Tuesday, it is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Kenneth Burns.
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky says Russia has begun its offensive in eastern Ukraine as feared. The Kremlin has said its main goal is to capture the Donbas region after it failed to capture Ukraine's capital. Pentagon spokesman John Kirby says Russia has beefed up its resources and reinforced tactical groups.
We can't say specifically where all these battalions, these tactical groups are going, but we have seen over the last few days that they've added now more than 10 to what they already had there in that part of the country.
According to officials, at least 7 people were killed in Russian airstrikes on the western city of Lviv, a city that's been considered a place of relative safety for those fleeing other parts of the country. Wall Street closed slightly lower coming off the holiday. The Dow was down 39.5 points. The Nasdaq lost 19. The S&P 500 was essentially flat. This is USA Radio News.
Not too long ago, it felt good to withdraw your cash from the bank, didn't it? For a vacation or a new car. But today, withdrawing your own cash has become risky. Pat Boone here for Swiss America. According to The Secret War, a new Swiss America white paper, I learned that all banks are now required to spy on you and me for the government, and then report any financial behavior deemed suspicious or unusual. You must read The Secret War. It's free.
Thanks, Pat. Call toll-free 800-630-1490. That's 800-630-1490.
Truth is, I believe the government's new war against cash is really a war against us all. But the secret is now out. So please, get and read The Secret War.
Again, 800-630-1490. 800-630-1490 today.
Or at SwissAmerica.com.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to serve us all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show, 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
Hi, we're the Goo Goo Dolls. We're fortunate that we can give our daughters everything they need to grow and learn. But not every child can focus on classes and play dates.
Nearly 13 million kids in the U.S. face hunger. That's 1 in 6. School lunch might be their only meal each day, and it's heartbreaking to imagine any child going to bed hungry. We're dreaming of a perfect day when kids can smile, play, and just be kids without worrying about where their next meal will come from. Feeding America is working to make that perfect day a reality.
Each year, the Feeding America network of food banks rescues billions of pounds of good food that would have gone to waste. That food is given to families and children in need. Being a kid should be about doing things that make an ordinary day extraordinary. Learning to play an instrument, building a sandcastle, hosting tea parties. Hunger should never be an obstacle to growing up.
You can help end childhood hunger in your community by visiting feedingamerica.org.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the Smokies off your This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Yes, indeed it is. And lines available at 844-844-3388. So it's 82 degrees, a little after 11:30 Tuesday morning in Rainmaker's neck of the woods. Good morning from Thailand. Hello, Rainmaker.
Hey, morning, Steve. How are you today?
Doing well. Back to the old grind. Back to work again.
Yeah, no. You was talking about Hunter there, and there's a Thai news website that I kind of read. It's in English, and you can, make comments. And it's so sad when you try to make a comment. You get attacked like false information and stuff, And it's like Hunter Biden and Joe Biden about the prosecutor that got fired in Ukraine, right?
Right.
Or Joe Biden even
right.
said he got him fired, right? now places like USA News and Wikipedia and everything try saying, oh, that's false information, fact check, false, that's false. And Joe Biden didn't do that, right? And then did you see the lockdowns in Shanghai and people are starting to protest and everything?
Yes, it's getting ugly.
And you start trying to talk. Yeah, and you talk about that, and then people try to say, oh, that's not happening. That's false information too. You know, it's amazing that every time you try to comment about something that you see, it's like you're trying to be silenced. And that does a lot of mental stress to you because you feel like you're living in a whole different reality, a whole different world that,
Yep.
you know, people are not listening and not paying attention to it. They only, Plato did a story about living in a cave, right? And I think that's the way most people are. They're living in a cave. They only listen to CNN or CNBC or NBC, and they believe in their paradise, and they won't listen to anything else, you know?
Well, we know Joe Biden.
Sad.
I mean, it's on. He's on video. I mean, you shared that again. The fact that he was bragging about the fact that you're not going to get, you know, Ukraine. You're not going to get this. I think it was $1 billion in aid unless you fire that prosecutor. And I gave him X number of hours, and son of a bitch, they fired the guy. That was his quote. I guess the question comes in. They're trying to say, well, his having them fire that guy had nothing to do with his son, Hunter, which, I mean, until a full investigation is concluded, you can't rule that out.
Yeah, but Hunter was on the board there for Burisma. That's who they were investigating, was the board. So, I mean, put two and two together.
Yep.
Hunter Biden, Burisma, the prosecutor's going after him. That's going to look bad for old Joe. And then when I talk about Ukraine, the war, these people say, well, that doesn't, Biden doesn't have anything to do with the Ukraine war. I said, really? Putin went into Crimea during Obama. So, hey, Biden's weaker than Obama. So, hey, if Trump would have been in there, I'm sure Putin would never have gone into Ukraine, right? You don't have no guarantees, but, you know, you just look at the past. Obama, Biden, the same.
I'd say that's a
say,
fair
you
assessment.
don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, I'd say that's. I don't think he would have ever done this if Trump were in office.
Yep. All right, buddy. Enjoy the work day.
All right, Rainmaker will enjoy that 82 degrees and a beautiful day in Thailand. Now, he mentioned the shutdowns in China. Those, I mean, and we have been dealing with global supply chain issues since the beginning of the pandemic. When they started locking things down in China again, which is, I can't figure out why, that China is, you know, holding true to this zero COVID mentality. Like, if anyone tests positive, you lock everybody down, like kind of like we did initially. Yet the research, the analysts have uncovered the fact that these shutdowns and lockdowns did not really save lives. All it did was really have negative impacts on the overall economy, negative impact on employment, negative impact on our children's education. But China still to this day is holding to that sort of policy, the zero COVID policy. And when they started locking things down here several weeks ago, first thing that came to my mind, we all saw the supply chain issues that occurred with the initial China lockdowns, still having yet to fully recover. And this is only going to, I guess, be yet another round of incredible supply chain issues, which led to the story over the weekend. China's COVID restrictions are again hampering global trade, with 1 in 10 items stuck in the nation's ports. Blockages in global trade are at the highest level since last September. The delay has been caused mostly by the COVID restrictions in one of the busiest ports in the country, and that, of course, is Shanghai. as they maintain their zero COVID policy. These draconian measures see people, children, removed from their homes, placed in quarantine facilities if they test positive, even if they're asymptomatic. And this is having a big-time effect on the ports. A shortage of dockyard workers and truck drivers continues to rapidly grow. Congestion in the North Sea has skyrocketed to the peak that was actually hit during the supply chain crisis last year at about 1.5% of global capacity. The main development in the month of March is the reappearance of shipping congestion in the ports of Asia and the North Sea. Of course, now you combine that with the effects of rising fuel costs, carrier boycotts. The rail-to-sea conversations are even yet to be reflected in the shipping cost increases. According to data from Bloomberg, almost 500 ships are stuck outside Shanghai. The chaos at the ports is expected to further stoke inflation pressures on a global level. Like we really needed more of that. Deutsche Bank said global supply chain problems will be a part of a very strong cocktail, causing inflation in the UK to surge above 8% until next year. But in Shanghai, the city's 25 million residents and an army of volunteers clad in the white hazmat suits. They call them the Big Whites. They're actually beginning to clash in the streets. Shocking footage coming out from the locked down metropolis, just showing how fraught the relationship between the COVID officials and the people there has become. Angry residents shoving the Big Whites, the hazmat-clad people, shoving them in the street, and then savagely beating them with poles as scuffles break out. It's not the first time tensions have boiled over in this current lockdown, which has been in place for over a month now. Yeah, we're looking at 15 before the hour. Let me get to the Chevy Guy this Tuesday morning. How was your Easter weekend, Chevy Guy?
Just another day. I rejoice that Jesus is risen all year long. So I'm one of those that considers every day the same, and others hold one day above others. So I live with the joy of the resurrection, and for my Lord and Savior, and He is risen. Yes. Now my source is Tucker Carlson. Chris Coons, Senator Chris Coons on there. And it needed to start. I guess somebody was going to start saying it. He is hollering for us to send in troops right now to defend Ukraine. I guess it's not talking about NATO troops. He's just talking about U.S. troops moving in. Biden, I guess, is still saying no. We're not going to send troops. That's good, but they need those jets. They need all that right now, and they needed them last month. Let's put it that way.
Yeah.
What was interesting is at 3:00 down here, anyway, South Carolina, public TV, I can pick up a German, English-speaking German station on PBS or, public channel. And my goodness, the pictures, the bodies, their more intense reporting of what's going on in Ukraine is just amazing. Really, they're in a really bad way. Now, also, later in that program, they did show the Chinese, it's interesting. They go down a neighborhood and they call. Everybody's locked down. They're not allowed to get out of their apartments. I don't know how they're eating, but they'll call and they have to all step out on the street and go down and they test if you've got a fever, they haul you off. It's just like that. They were showing their people were actually protesting the government. It's showing that the Communist Party is losing its grip on some of the people, I believe, because I think the Chinese are no different than we are when we see that some of this stuff is just ridiculous. One commentator or someone commented to the news reporter and said it's proven that this stuff that they're doing is not working, and so they're saying that it's not working, but the communists are just just hey, we're the boss, right? Plain and simple,
in control.
And the problem is prosperity. These people found out what it's like to be economically independent and being able to work and provide for yourself. And now they're being locked down and told you can't do that. And they're not willing to go back to being dirt farmers. And I think it's the communists. I think prosperity is a great weapon against socialism and communism. And that stuff right there, that German news channel really just puts it all out there. And I'm amazed at that ship. The Russians claim that it just caught on fire. No, that is an amazing thing. That thing was almost twice as big as the destroyer I was on. And it had been shooting guided missiles into the Ukraine. So, if like they said, if it was just an accident, they are firing all kinds of generals and admirals, So, Putin is absolutely going after his leadership for not performing. Of course, somebody needs to take him out of leadership because he sent his ill-equipped army in to attack a neighbor. So, but I believe I believe it's happening. It's we're watching this. There's nothing Ukraine is going to lose this fight. I don't know where the president's going to be. We've got Americans absolutely over there helping to defend Ukraine, not officially, but they're there. We're at an interesting time. I also heard a military analyst saying that we have almost spent our battery of missiles, and he said to replenish our arms, it would take 38 months. Well, I think it's interesting that China's sitting back here and watching us hand out our weapons to the Ukraine, and I guess we did that to Taiwan also. So we're depleting our abilities to take care of the business, and they're just talking about right now. It's going to take 38 months after they get started to build these missiles. So we're getting weaker by the minute, and our great leadership now. This guy Senator Chris Coons wants us to go to war with our great leader that's out there on the stage shaking hands with invisible people. I've been seeing a couple of videos, and it's just like he's walking around, nobody's talking to him, and he's talking to ghosts, and I believe he actually believes he's talking to somebody. It's scary, and like you said on the bunny rabbit deal, I believe they're watching him real close. So question is who is running our country? So that's my tirade. That's my rant. And I'm going to say, I've seen the pictures. I know you enjoyed your Easter with
Easter,
your kids.
yes, yeah.
We don't have any babies running around, so it's just like Christmas or Easter, with no babies around. It's just another day. And for Gilligan and Marianne, God bless you. And our biggest fear is to lose our children. So other than that, we're going to sit back and copy the mail. This Chevy guy is saying bye-bye.
All right, we'll return into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
145 over 92.
180 over 111.
I had a heart attack and a cardiac arrest and then a stroke.
Your blood pressure numbers could change your life. Lowering your high blood pressure could save you from a heart attack or stroke. If you've stopped your treatment plan, restart it or talk to your doctor about creating one that works better for you. Start taking the right steps at manageyourbp.org.
Now I'm, trying to get better, stronger than ever.
Brought to you by the American Heart Association, American Medical Association, and the Ad Council.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Yeah, I just look at the clock at like 5 before the hour. Hey, lest I forget, it is that time. Your chance at $1,000 cash and a shot at the $10,000 grand prize. You need a keyword to which you'll take over to tncradio.live on the web or the smartphone app. Enter that keyword, and that's your entry. You can actually enter up to 4 times per day. We'll have another keyword coming up in our final hour this morning. Then 2 additional opportunities throughout the broadcast day. You've got a keyword thrown your way between 9 and 11 a.m. during the morning grind, and again during the evening surge between 5 and 7 p.m. Eastern Time. But here, our keyword for this hour is great, as Tony the Tiger used to say about the Frosted Flakes. They're great. G-R-E-A-T. Enter great, and you'll be entered for the $1,000 daily driver bonus cash giveaway, thanks to Hot Shot Secret, tncradio.live. Good morning, Horse Feathers.
Yeah, morning, Your Honor. Yeah, definitely want to pass condolences on there to Chris and Lucy there. And so, as you said, there's nothing worse than losing a child like that. So,
yeah.
Anyway, best to them. So you touched on the Ever Forward there. I guess they said it's going to be docked there for the Coast Guard to do the hull inspection. They said it could take up to 3 days to make sure that hull is intact and the ship is seaworthy. So it'll is probably going to be most of the week before they even get around to getting the containers put back on it. And that was kind of a touchy thing there too, because you said it had just over 4,000 containers or something on it. And the thing is half of those containers were empty. The only half of the containers actually had freight in them. But the thing is that you can't upset the balance of the ship out there when you're offloading it, or else the whole ship would have ended up on one side or the other, like that cruise ship did over there in Europe, and then they would have had a real mess. But you know what the real kicker of it is they're interviewing some people there that were on shore. I guess you could see it from a park, and the people were saying how bad it was that it was taken away from nature. They go to the park to relax and enjoy the park and see scenery and the beautiful scenery, and they have to look at this ship for the last month that they've been at the park. Can you imagine that? People are actually, don't have any. I don't know. So anyways, that's kind of the crazy thing. Real quick here before we get to your news break, the weather up in York, Pennsylvania, we had some snowflakes mixed in. It was about 34, 35 degrees, so the snowflakes were starting to mix in there. So snow's getting that far south in Pennsylvania, down into the York area. Back down across the state line, it's still 35 degrees, but rain's lightening up a little bit. And I think the further south you go, the more I'm going to run out of it, and the more it's traveling to the north there. So, but anyways, I don't know. How much more time do we got here? I got about another half a minute here. You want to get doing your stuff for your break?
Yeah, we're about a minute before news update, top of the hour here. So, yeah, hold that thought. I'm kind of zooming in on the radar. Yeah, the heavy snows falling between from Ithaca to Albany, New York, east to west. Yeah, you get down heavy snow in the Binghamton area at this hour. You get kind of a mixed bag of precip down towards Scranton, PA. But yeah, the radar returns depicting some really heavy snow coming down. Well, they said it'd be 2 to 3 inches per hour in some cases. Flat out putting it down. Then, of course, the heavy rainfall through much of Massachusetts, down through Connecticut, on down to New York City. Rain, soggy night. And looks like the precip beginning to pull out there in much of Maryland. News break, though, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News with Kenneth Burns.
Some of the country's major airlines now say masks are optional. Delta, United, Southwest, American, and Alaska have made that adjustment following a federal judge in Florida ruling the CDC overstepped its bounds in requiring a mask mandate for public transportation. Despite the court ruling, Dr. Celine Gounder, an infectious disease professor at New York University, shares her advice at this time with CBS News.
As of right now, my advice as a physician to anybody traveling on a plane would be to continue wearing a mask when you're traveling on public transportation, including on an airplane.
The ruling also comes as COVID cases have begun to rise with the new BA2 subvariant as the dominant strain. On Wall Street Monday, the Dow was down 39.5 points, the Nasdaq off by 19, the S&P 500 essentially flat. This is USA Radio News.
Not too long ago, it felt good to withdraw your cash from the bank, didn't it? For a vacation or a new car. But today, withdrawing your own cash has become risky. Pat Boone here for Swiss America. According to The Secret War, a new Swiss America white paper, I learned that all banks are now required to spy on you and me for the government, and then report any financial behavior deemed suspicious or unusual. You must read The Secret War. It's free.
Thanks, Pat. Call toll-free 800-630-1490. That's 800-630-1490.
Truth is, I believe the government's new war against cash is really a war against us all. But the secret is now out. So please, get and read The Secret War.
Again, 800-630-1490. 800-630-1490 today.
Or at SwissAmerica.com.
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky has formally applied for membership in the European Union. He says it's the aspiration Ukrainians are fighting for and that they've been mentally in Europe for a long time. Zelensky said he believed this first step would lead to his country gaining candidate status within weeks. The formal application comes as Russia moved additional forces into Ukraine, particularly in the eastern part of the country, and missile strikes hit the western city of Lviv, reportedly killing 7 and injuring 11. There are also growing concerns about a cyber attack from the Kremlin. Dmitry Alperovich is the co-founder of the cybersecurity firm CrowdStrike and a member of the Homeland Security Advisory Council. He tells CBS's 60 Minutes that he fears an attack on the oil and gas industry the most.
Where they go after the safety systems again, and it can cause cascading effects and fires and potential explosions, and people die.
You are listening to USA Radio News.
You clean everything else in your house, why don't you clean the air? It's easy to do with an Eden Pure Thunderstorm air purifier. They're under $200 for a 3-pack. You can put one in the kitchen, you can put one in the living room, you can put one in that room that you always flush. Go to EdenPureDeals.com, put in my promo code CLASSIC3, and you'll save $200. EdenPureDeals.com, discount code CLASSIC3, and you'll also get free shipping.
A charity kitchen in Ukraine with connections to World Central Kitchen was destroyed by a missile. The nonprofit CEO, Nate Mook, took to Twitter to show the aftermath over the weekend.
As you can see, tremendous amounts of damage. Still a fire in the building there. Right here is the kitchen area. It goes back. There's a lot of damage to the kitchen as well.
World Central Kitchen was founded by celebrity chef Jose Andres. It has been on the ground serving families in Ukraine since the day after Russia invaded. A good deal of infrastructure will require American-made materials soon.
The Biden administration will require infrastructure projects to be outfitted with U.S.-made materials. The Office of Management and Budget directing federal agencies to ensure that by mid-May, all projects funded by the infrastructure package are made with domestic iron and steel. That means all manufacturing processes will occur in the United States. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
Federal authorities say they will not pursue charges against Jason Van Dyke. The former Chicago police officer was convicted of murder in Illinois State Court for the 2014 shooting death of Laquan McDonald. He was seen on camera shooting McDonald 16 times. Van Dyke was sentenced to more than 6 years in prison in 2018, serving less than half before he was released in February. Listen to us anytime at usaradio.com. For USA Radio News, I'm Kenneth Burns.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
As you heard of the news break there, the judge says to take those masks off if you want to. In other words, you have a choice. If you want to wear a mask, feel free. If you want to wear 2 or 3 masks for that matter, have at it. But another victory thanks to a Trump-appointed judge. Americans no longer will be forced to wear masks on airplanes and other public transportation. The judge from Tampa, Florida, voiding the mandate this past day. She wrote, because our system does not permit agencies to act unlawfully, even in pursuit of desirable ends, the court declares unlawful and vacates the mask mandate. Of course, airlines have lobbied for months to eliminate the mandate. If people want to wear a mask, the airlines say they're free to do so. Now, it was only when the Trump-nominated judge got involved that any substantial effects or action was taken. But the court's ruling affirmed a notion that had been forwarded by conservatives and libertarians for months now, that the CDC lacks the authority to enforce such a rule. Digital strategist and active conservative commentator Greg Price posted a portion of the ruling after the announcement, which says, as travelers have been reminded for more than a year, federal law requires wearing a mask in airports, train stations, and other transportation hubs, as well as on airplanes, buses, trains, and most other public conveyance in this country. Failure to comply would result in criminal and civil penalties. The court concludes the mask mandate exceeds the Center for Disease Control's statutory authority and violates the procedures required for agency rulemaking under the APA. Accordingly, the court vacates the mandate and remands it to the Centers for Disease Control. Back to the CDC. So, on an airplane, it's been a long time since anyone has seen a smiling face. Haven't seen anybody's face for over 2 years now, for all practical purposes. All right, plenty of room for you. Quiet on the phones. It's 844-844-3388. All right, welcome back, Horse Feathers.
Thank you. Hold me over, Your Honor. Yeah, I wish that that judge had that in front of her a month ago. It would have made it a lot nicer for me to go to Louisville and back.
Yeah.
Instead of having to deal with all that mask crap and all that. So, but anyways, yeah, I was going to say the one thing I heard there, and you mentioned it, was that the news did not have the problem of saying that it was a Trump-appointed judge that brought down this mandate. You know, that was one of the first things. There was a Trump-appointed judge that nullified the that made sure they threw that in. But not only did President Trump put a bunch of nominations in for the Supreme Court, how many federal judges did he have confirmed around the countryside? I mean, it was a lot of judges.
A lot of them, yes,
put in around the countryside. So anyways, hopefully some of that conservativeship kind of starts bleeding through into our legal system, that things are looked at in a more sensible way. But anyways, did you see where President Biden has had to reverse his stance on drilling on federal property?
How about that?
Now we're going to start drilling.
Mm-hmm.
So that's that promise there in the the pre-election promise that he made, that there never ever would be any more drilling on U.S. federal grounds. I guess that one he couldn't stand up to there. He got his black female judge, but not couldn't keep the drilling out. So big oil wins there. And speaking of big oil and even maybe local oil, Maryland, the tax holiday is now gone from the gas. So no more tax, non-tax of Maryland motor fuel from the state. So when we left Saturday there, we got gas Saturday, actually I filled up with diesel Saturday morning, and it was $4.39 a gallon. And the tax holiday ended at midnight, going into Saturday into Sunday.
Mm-hmm.
And yesterday morning when I was out, my local area stations here, who all keep the same pricing, because we wouldn't want one to be cheaper than the other because we can make as much as everybody else. They were at $4.89. Now, the amount of tax that was taken off because of the tax holiday was somewhere around 33 cents a gallon.
Okay.
So if you add 4.39 and 33, that adds up to 4.89, right? No. Oh, there's a difference of about 13, 14 cents there. So how did that happen? And now this morning, another 24 hours later.
And I think, hello. I think Horse Feathers, did you lose your cell? I believe you did.
Hello.
All right. Now, so, okay. Now you said, here you are,
right,
what, 24 hours later, where's the price now?
Diesel's $4.99 a gallon, up another dime.
Wow.
Up another 10 cents. So it held steady for like the last 2 weeks during this tax holiday. It stayed at $4.39 for almost 2 weeks steady.
Yeah.
Now we take the tax holiday off. In 2 days, it's up 60 cents a gallon. And the only thing that was really increased, state-wise was the 33 cents of the taxes put back in. So I don't know. Where's the justification, Your Honor? I actually called the fuel company and was talking to a tax lady, and of course you get that whole thing about the market and the hedging and what the spot market is and transportation and crying the blues, and they have to mark up what they have in the ground for their estimated cost of their next load to be delivered, and yada yada, the whole thing. And I said, that estimated delivery cost works real well when you want it to go up, but you never see it do that well on the way down, do you? You kind of got a quiet line there for a minute, and so, but anyways, I don't know. We're never going to win against those people, but it's just kind of interesting to see. And I mean, if anybody wanted to look at the gouging situation, I mean,
right.
Price of oil hasn't changed that much since Saturday to this morning, has it? I don't know. I guess I don't pay enough attention to that. But and I guess the last thing, industry wise, we want to look at is I sent you a video of somebody who was involved with a People's Convoy out in California, and they were live streaming the convoy, and they had a CHP officer pull them over. And they're like, well, what's the problem? And they're like, the CHP officer says, well, you have a phone in your hand.
Mm-hmm.
They said, yeah, I'm not doing anything with it. I'm just holding it in my hand. And the CHP officer says, no, the rules got changed. The law got changed from using it to just holding it. So if you hold a cell phone in your hand in the state of California, there's a numbered law that they can actually write you a ticket for just holding the phone in your hand. It has to be, in a holder or set down somewhere, but you cannot hold the phone in your hand in California. So as I say, they actually were showing it right with that live stream. I think it was a recording. It wasn't live when I was watching it, but it was the recording of the live stream of this person getting the ticket, and the officer wanted his I don't remember if it was his insurance or vehicle registration, but one of them was actually on the phone that he was using to live stream, and the officer wants it, and he says, well, I can't give it to you because I'm live streaming right now. So he was live streaming the process of getting the ticket, and I don't know, the officer, he kind of played along with it a little bit and didn't seem to get too agitated by it, but so if you're riding around in California there, don't be holding on to your phone. I guess, I don't know, can you hold on to your White Castle or your Skyline chili or anything? It seems kind of strange that you can't hold anything in your hand, hold the phone in your hand, but I don't know, he didn't say anything about the law restricting holding anything else in your hand at the same time, what else you might be able to do. So I don't know. Of course, I don't trend that far west and probably don't have any need or desire to either, but it'd be kind of interesting to hear from our California folks. Maybe Santa Claus could touch a little bit more on that and say what you can and cannot do in California that way. But, and I guess the one last thing, we got talking about racing, and there was another set of videos I see where they were videoing the haulers, the NASCAR haulers trying to lead Bristol.
Yeah, I saw that. I guess they had some rain, and it was at the. I guess they were slipping on the mud, right?
Yeah, well, of course, when you're at Bristol, you're in the big bowl there, so the haulers actually have to cross the racing surface to get out underneath the grandstand. So they go from the center infield area there, and they have to cross the track. And well, apparently they didn't clean the dirt up on the exit way to get out. So they had that little bit of rain, and I would assume they had clay brought in to be running on for the track. And well, that clay gets a little water on it, and it makes it about like snot. And it was kind of dicey getting the haulers out. Some were going at a pretty good clip, running start there to try to get up the track because of the percentage of grade angle you have and the degree banking, and some of them made it and some of them didn't. Some of them had to get a tow to get out.
You had to get the big tractor to pull them out.
But what a big mess they had there with that, trying to get them out with that rain and the dirt and the mud, and yeah, it was just another. That's what they call truck driving, Your Honor. You just got to do what you got to do. So, but I guess bus drivers don't do what they have to do. They just abandon their buses, huh? Nice.
Just leave it in the. Yep.
Okay. I'm done with my bus. We'll leave it here. See you later. Bye. Anyways, so. Other than that, I trust by the sounds of it, you had yourself a great weekend there with the kids and everybody doing the Easter egg hunting. And you better be careful, Your Honor. One of these days, you might have the Easter Bunny leading you around. You keep drinking them Skull Busters or them Blatts there. You never know what you might be following around in your yard.
Uh-oh. Yep, had a good Easter weekend. Had a good time. Yep. All right. Well, thanks for checking in, Horse Feathers. Look at it, 19 past the hour. So we've got clear lines, wide open on a Tuesday morning. And it's 844-844-3388. Mr. Q is on board. Morning, everybody. Mr. Q listening in. There's Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler. Morning, Steve. Got 52 degrees in Warsaw, North Carolina. Shout out to the Hall of Famer, Carolina Monkey Gouger, from deep in the Tar Heel this morning. And we'll return into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
145 over 92.
180 over 111.
I had a heart attack and a cardiac arrest, and then a stroke.
Your blood pressure numbers could change your life. Lowering your high blood pressure could save you from a heart attack or stroke. If you've stopped your treatment plan, restart it or talk to your doctor about creating one that works better for you. Start taking the right steps at manageyourbp.org.
Now I'm, trying to get better, stronger than ever.
Brought to you by the American Heart Association, American Medical Association, and the Ad Council.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, welcome back once again. As Horse Feathers mentioned, the announcement came down Friday as we were headed into the weekend. The Department of Interior is going to resume onshore oil and gas lease sales on federal lands. Now, they do say there will be a higher royalty rate for companies to pay the federal government. The Bureau of Land Management will issue the sale notices today for upcoming oil projects. The Biden administration had previously planned to hold the lease sale, but they paused it after a judge blocked the administration from using a metric to quantify the economic harm caused by the climate crisis, things like sea level rise, more destructive hurricanes, extreme wildfire seasons, and flooding. The royalty rate increase after the Interior Department issued a controversial report last November recommending that rates be increased for more of a return to taxpayers. The newly increased royalty rate will be 18.75%, up from 12.5%. They do say it's the first time the federal government has ever increased what companies pay to drill for oil and gas on public lands, though. Now, the Bureau will offer about 173 parcels on roughly 144,000 acres of federal land, which the Interior Department said is like an 80% reduction from the acreage that was originally being considered for leasing. Now, they also said they'd focus on offering new leases near existing oil and gas infrastructure, and will continue to disclose greenhouse gas emissions that would result from oil and gas drilling on federal lands. Now, obviously, the tree huggers and the climate crisis cult were immediately all bent out of shape over this. The executive director of Citizens for a Healthy Community says restarting the lease sales is only going to lead to more climate disasters. Because it's the internal combustion engine that is destroying this planet right now. Here's what she had to say. The West is drying up and going up in flames. Between extreme drought, the shrinking of the Colorado River, and now urban wildfires in the winter, how much more death, destruction, and devastation do we have to see before this administration takes action? It's time for climate leadership and to stop leasing our public lands for oil and gas development. We need heroes to break through the political and economic inertia that has us on a collision course with uninhabitability. We're going to make this planet uninhabitable. Now, the executive director of the Sunrise Movement said it's never a good sign when the president announces something at 5 o'clock on Friday. This is why young people are doubting the political process altogether. If Biden wants to solve the voter turnout later this year, he should actually deliver on the things he promised, not be moving away from them. So the environmental groups are all got their panties in a bunch because we're going back and offering at least some leases on federal land. I don't know that guarantees that there will be additional drilling taking place on those lands, especially with the increased royalty rates. They're going to have to push the numbers and say, all right, how much does the price per barrel need to be? How much to make it worth our investment? Is this going to be profitable over the long term? Is there any guarantees? Meanwhile, right along that line, two separate stories I want to get to for you coming up here. First of all, what would probably be the best description on the subject of zero emissions. We'll share that with you coming up. And then, meanwhile, while the climate change bunch, the cult as I refer to them, all bent out of shape about, they want to actually stop all oil and gas drilling. They want the end to, fossil fuels, if you'd call it. On a planet far, far away, the temperatures are changing rather dramatically. Ever heard of Neptune? Way out there, the temperatures on Neptune appear to be rapidly changing for some reason. And the scientific community is very confused about this. Now, most of us that use a bit of common sense for years have been saying that the sun goes through various cycles. Those sun cycles impact the planet Earth. They also impact all the other planets out there in our system. Neptune is considered the planet of ice. It is furthest away from our sun. How could temperatures be, I guess in the scientific community, rapidly rising? There is no internal combustion engines on Neptune, the planet of ice. Just how dramatic are the numbers changing? How could that possibly be? And some are saying, well, it may have something to do with the varying cycles of our sun. We'll delve into that coming up here. Meanwhile, clear lines on a Tuesday. It's 844-844-3388. And we've got an update as well on gas prices. What is speculation? There's going to be more pain coming our way at the pump in the coming days. It is the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Kenneth Burns.
Some of the country's major airlines now say masks are optional. Delta, United, Southwest, American, and Alaska have made that adjustment following a federal judge in Florida ruling the CDC overstepped its bounds in requiring a mask mandate for public transportation. Despite the court ruling, Dr. Celine Gounder, an infectious disease professor at New York University, shares her advice at this time with CBS News.
As of right now, my advice as a physician to anybody traveling on a plane would be to continue wearing a mask when you're traveling on public transportation, including on an airplane.
The ruling also comes as COVID cases have begun to rise, with the new BA2 subvariant as the dominant strain. On Wall Street Monday, the Dow was down 39.5 points, the Nasdaq off by 19, the S&P 500 essentially flat. This is USA Radio News.
Not too long ago, it felt good to withdraw your cash from the bank, didn't it? For a vacation or a new car. But today, withdrawing your own cash has become risky. Pat Boone here for Swiss America. According to The Secret War, a new Swiss America white paper, I learned that all banks are now required to spy on you and me for the government, and then report any financial behavior deemed suspicious or unusual. You must read The Secret War. It's free.
Thanks, Pat. Call toll-free 800-630-1490. That's 800-630-1490.
Truth is, I believe the government's new war against cash is really a war against us all. But the secret is now out. So please, get and read The Secret War.
Again, 800-630-1490. 800-630-1490 today.
or at SwissAmerica.com.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
The Hotshot Secret Facebook page gets a lot of robust Q&A about diesel problems and their solutions. We listen to our customers. Here are their words straight from their mouths about Hotshot Secret everyday diesel treatment. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm John Sharp, a.k.a. Jay Sharp from Newburgh, Pennsylvania. Using EDT, my local fuel mileage went to average of 22 to 23, and my highway MPG went to 26 to 28.
Hi, I'm Danny. I'm from Arizona. I drive a 02 Ford Excursion. I use EDT at every fill-up, and my mileage went from 12.5 miles to gallon to 14 miles per gallon. I highly recommend it.
Everyday diesel treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matoush firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
To some people, the sound of a baby babbling doesn't mean much. But that's not necessarily true. By 6 months, they're combining vowels and consonants. By 9 months, they're trying out different kinds of sounds. And by 12 months, their babbling is beginning to take on some meaning. Especially if there's no babbling at all. Little to no babbling by 12 months or later is just one of the possible signs of autism in children. Early screening and intervention can make a lifetime of difference and unlock a world of possibilities. Take the first step at autismspeaks.org. A public service announcement brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
There's a high school in our local area. And it's sad that it's come to this. And it's all around the country. You have teens graduating high school, and they know virtually nothing about actual life skills. I mean, like how to change a tire if you happen to have a flat out there on the freeway. No one ever taught me how to do that. We've started an adulting class. at the high school. It's part of our focus on real-life skills and supporting the transition to adulthood. We cover money management, relationships, family, career. We want every high school kid to take this class. Last week, the focus was on basic auto care. We had a firefighter, a little bit of everything about what's under the hood of a car. Do you know how to jumpstart your vehicle? You know? Even hands-on experience to learn how to change a tire. Many of the students expressed how much confidence they had gained by getting this experience. Does it come to that? I mean, literally, you're 19 years old out there. How do you change a tire? I don't know. I guess I call 911. All right, let me get back to, first of all, the planet Neptune is considered the planet of ice. Research published in the Planetary Science Journal shows its normal temperature of minus 220 degrees has actually fluctuated wildly over the past 2 decades. Using ground-based infrared telescopes, scientists have tracked Neptune's atmospheric temperature over a 17-year period. Now, with no external or impacts internally, I should say, on the planet, aka how we're destroying the Earth with the internal combustion engine, right? They don't have those things. The findings reveal an unexpected drop in the global temperatures between 2003 and 2018 by like 8 degrees Celsius. Now, if you talked about an 8-degree change on this planet, up or down, scientists would be saying that is catastrophic consequences. What they're talking about now, as far as like global warming, climate change, global warming, is things like 2 and 3 degree changes, which is going to destroy the planet. But what's more interesting, this cooling period was then followed by dramatic warmings of its south pole between the years 2018 and 2020 by 11 degrees. This change was unexpected, according to a research associate at the University of Leicester in the UK. Since we've been observing Neptune during its early southern summer, we expected temperatures to be slowly growing warmer, not colder. Just like our own planet Earth, Neptune goes through seasons as it orbits the sun. Now, a Neptune season, however, lasts about 40 years, meaning its southern hemisphere has been in summer since 2005. Prior to this study, these kinds of temperature changes have never before been observed on Neptune. Scientists are completely baffled. Now, our data covers less than half of what would be a Neptune season, so no one was expecting to see large, rapid changes. Well, they have some theories for what may be causing the temperature fluctuations. One possible reason may be Neptune's seasonable changes in atmospheric chemistry can alter how effectively the atmosphere cools. But random visibility and weather patterns are even a response to the 11-year solar activity cycle may also have an effect. Yes, the sun. The sun. I think Neptune is itself very intriguing to many of us in the scientific community because we still know so very little about it. How is it possible you could see 11 degrees warming in 2 years on the south pole of Neptune? Hey, we better do something. Climate change. All right, before we get back to your calls here, quickly let me jump over. Just this past evening, Monday evening, talking about gas prices. I hadn't really been paying a whole lot of attention as of late. I guess the price per barrel has been ticking higher again in recent days. The national average for a gallon of gas dropped to $4.08 per gallon, down from $4.11 a week ago. But with oil prices rising again, coupled with production shutdowns in Libya, prices could be about to rebound once again. A month ago, the national average was $4.27 per gallon. Is still shy of the highest ever national record on average, which was May the 3rd of this year, when we hit $4.33 per gallon. So while the national average is down over the past week, Monday saw prices rise well above $100. European discussions of a ban on Russian oil and on announcements from the Libyan National Oil Company of a force majeure at its two biggest oil fields and export terminals. Brent crude ended Thursday at $112 per barrel. West Texas Intermediate closed above $108 per barrel, which suggests, there you go, there may be more pain at the pump coming our way. Demand is also showing signs of uptick. Summer driving season is clearly in focus. California, which has borne the brunt of high prices, saw its state average drop from $5.80 a month ago to $5.70 as of this past day, down 10 cents. Now, while gasoline prices are down about 3 cents from a week ago, sparking some optimism at the pumps. But the growing consensus is it's not going to last long. Gasoline futures have risen 30 cents in just the past week. Now, the Andy Lippow of Lippow Oil Associates forecast to Fox Business this past day that the national average for gas is going to rebound once again from, where were they this past day at $4.08 per gallon. He said we're going to go back somewhere to $4.15, $4.20 per gallon in fairly short order. So just a word to the wise, heads up. Philip, hey there, how was your Easter weekend?
It was good. How was yours, Steve?
I had a wonderful Easter weekend.
Yeah, I listened to you talking about the planets there. I believe all the stuff in the solar system goes through cycles, even the sun.
Mm-hmm.
So you think about the amount of heat that goes from the sun to Neptune.
Yep.
It goes up and down depending on what's going on in the galaxy, I guess you'd call it, or space. But did you hear that the crew got delayed coming back?
I did not know. That's the private crew, right? The whole Axiom.
Yeah, the commercial crew it got delayed. The Axiom crew got delayed coming back because of weather. They're going to come back a few hours out. They were supposed to land in the middle of the night. I think now they're going for the middle of the day, and I believe it's going to be tomorrow, from what I understand. But the other crew, the regular crewed mission that NASA paid for, they're already here. They came in yesterday, and they're taking off Saturday to go up, and they'll replace those guys.
Okay.
And then the crew that's up there now will come back. So they're rotating things in and out as far as the crew members go. And Steve, did you hear anything about, somebody was talking about the SEC is looking at Elon Musk in this deal with Twitter? Did you hear anything about that?
There was the deal when he initially bumped up his shares from what was it, or wherever it was, when he took it up to that 9% stake, that apparently he did not file some, I guess, proper forms for several weeks, during which time the price per share rose pretty significantly, and he gained a bunch of money. But I don't know. I think the penalty for that is just some sort of a fine, which would be a negligible fine compared to what he made.
Yeah, I know. I'd heard some squirmlings about an insider trading deal, but him doing this, to control the price of the stock. But I don't think he would do that. I think he really wants to, get rid of all the crap that's going on with Twitter, with all the situation with former President Trump and all these other folks that have got kicked off of Twitter. I really think he wants to get rid of that, make it more of an open stance.
Yeah.
But I hope it isn't true. I hope there ain't none of that stuff coming out for him, But as far as the Rockets go, it's going to be interesting to have those guys come back. Not sure if that was going to be landing in the Gulf or they're going to be landing in the Atlantic. I'll have to do some research and see if I can find out where their boat is, their pickup boat is. So that's all I pretty much got today, Steve. I'm glad you all had a good Easter, and we'll catch you later.
You as well. And I pulled that up as you were speaking there. It looks like they're going to splash down off the coast of Florida early Wednesday morning now it is. I hadn't caught the fact that they were delayed. Yeah, the 4 astronauts, AX-1, the Axiom mission, spending an extra 12 hours on the space station, had been scheduled to depart at 10:35 a.m., I guess today, Tuesday, splashed down off the coast of Florida early Wednesday morning. The bad weather that they expected at the splashdown zone, so they delayed the return by half a day. Weather permitting, the crew is now targeted to undock about 10 o'clock this evening, Tuesday evening, beginning the journey home with splashdown off the coast of Florida no earlier than about 3:24 in the afternoon Wednesday, according to NASA this past day. AX-1, just the beginning for Axiom Space. If all goes as planned, the company's booked several other crewed missions to the space station with SpaceX, and beginning in late 2024, plans are to launch several modules to the International Space Station. These modules will eventually detach, becoming an independent private space station in Earth orbit. Of course, AX-1 coming down at a busy time for SpaceX. Elon Musk's company gearing up to launch a big batch of Starlink satellites from Cape Canaveral Space Station next door to KSC on Thursday of this week. And on Saturday, the 23rd, SpaceX plans to launch the Crew 4 mission for NASA from Kennedy Space Center. That's going to send 3 NASA astronauts and a European space flyer to the space station for a lengthy stay. So busy this week. Yeah, down along the Cape, no doubt. About 10 before the hour. Back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolate. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
My mother was always very active and independent, and she was familiar with her neighborhood. But one day, she stopped at the stop sign for much longer than usual. She wasn't even really sure where she was at.
It's important for you to talk to someone about it. I felt so much better after my son told me, Mom, we'll figure it out.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, back on a Tuesday, and back to the phones we go. We got checking in here. I don't see a name. It says Chicks. Who we got?
No, this is Eagle.
Chicks, like a little Easter chick. What's going on, Eagle?
Yeah, nothing much. Hey, Steve, I'm gonna ask you to let me say what I got to say tonight, and yeah, please don't try to cut me off, because this is one of the most serious phone calls I've ever made to this show. This is a serious deal. You know, every time I call, I try to make a point about something. And I really got to make a point, because this is a bad deal here, Steve. It's about Joe Biden. And then I'm gonna link it up to what's happening on the Texas border.
Okay.
I mean, on the U.S. border, southern border. Okay, now it's obvious now, Steve. It's obvious now. I'm gonna talk to some people, and I'm gonna try to look it up myself. It's obvious right now, over the past 4 to 5 days, if you didn't know by now, I'm talking about other people. If you didn't know by now that Joe Biden is definitely not capable of doing the job that he is paid to do. You have seen in the last 4 to 5 days, this man has shown the dementia is starting to get worse with this individual, and we're in a very critical time right now, Steve. We're a lot of people don't realize we already are in World War III. You know that Zelensky guy, the Ukrainian president, he keeps saying that, and we are. If we just don't have troops on the ground, we are supplying this man with military firepower. The missiles that hit that ship last week, in Russian ship. Those were U.S.-owned missiles. That wasn't Ukrainian missiles that did that. We're already in World War III right now. We just don't have U.S. troops on the ground. It's just all it's going to take is one mistake by Joe Biden or somebody else in the USA, and then we'll have troops on the ground in the USA. And before it's all said and done, Steve, that's exactly what's going to happen. U.S. troops will be on the ground in Ukraine and fighting hand-to-hand with the Ukrainian military. It's just a matter of time. Now, this brings me back to Joe Biden again. It's clear that this man is not capable of doing his job. Okay, just the other day, the man was on the podium this Friday. As he finished speaking, the man turned to his right and stuck out his hand to shake an invisible man. Nobody's standing there. He reaches out to shake somebody's hand. The person's not even there. Then he turns around. And it has to be escorted off the stage. His people, his handlers, had to tell the man which way to go to get off of the stage. This is the most powerful man in the world that we're talking about, Steve. This is a dangerous. Just yesterday at an Easter parade, the man is standing there at the window with his wife, and he's standing there like a mannequin. And his wife had to whisper to him to wave at the fans, and then they had to escort him off. And then the same thing happened later on. They had a Secret Service agent dressed in an Easter bunny outfit, and he was talking to the media. And as he was talking to the media, the Easter bunny stepped in front of him, and they escorted him off again. You still there?
Yeah. We touched on that earlier. The Easter bunny had to interrupt him twice, as a matter of fact.
Yes, that's right. We have a very bad situation, Steve. This man should not be in power right now. There has to be some kind of rule or regulation in the book stating that if a president is not capable of doing his job, he can be removed from office, whether impeachment or any other thing. I don't know. I'm going to ask some other people that knows more about political stuff if there's any way, because this man should not be in control of the situation right now, Steve. And now this is what brings me back to what's going on the U.S. southern border. You know, because for months and years now, Steve, I told you about Biden. I said, something is not right. He can't be that stupid to let this Title 42 go down the drain and allow the borders to be wide open. But it looks like Joe Biden is he probably doesn't even know what the hell is about to happen in the next couple of weeks because his mind is not right. And here's the reason why I'm saying this, Steve. I learned over the weekend that, well, you probably already know that international terrorists, they say that they have captured up to 25 to 30 international terrorists trying to get into the United States of America through the southern border. It's not just people from Salvador, Honduras, Guatemala trying to get in the U.S. It's not like I always told you over the years, Steve. It's not a matter of if we're going to have a terrorist attack. It's a matter of when. And this terrorist attack is going to make 9/11 look like a Christmas party. These people, this subway shoot that took place, you ain't seen nothing yet. There are people who are planning attacks right now, Steve, as we speak. That's going to make 9/11 look like a fairy tale. And because the border is being wide open. And when that Title 42 expires in a couple of weeks, no telling who the hell is going to come across that border into the United States. Like I told you last week, American people, if you're not alarmed about the Spanish people coming into the U.S. illegally, you better be alarmed about these terrorists that are trying to get into the United States with very bad intentions, Steve. And Joe Biden, like I said before, he's putting the United States in a lot of danger right now. His people that work for Biden, they ought to be ashamed of themselves for allowing the man to go up there and embarrass himself and the Democratic Party. Not that I care about the Democratic Party, but Joe Biden right now, he's an embarrassment to the Democratic Party. He's an embarrassment to the United States of America. And like I said before, as much as I hate to say this, Steve, and I've told you this month after month, Kamala Harris, I don't like the woman. I don't like what she stands for. I don't like nothing about the woman, but at least the woman has the mental capabilities to understand right from wrong and know what's going on. At this point, as I see Joe Biden on TV day after day making mistakes, I believe that Kamala or somebody else should be put in control of the United States of America due to the safety problems that we're having right now with this war. Because if they don't remove Joe Biden, very bad things are going to happen to the United States. We can't make another 2 more years with Joe Biden in the position he's in, because his condition is getting worse and worse. And I thank you for taking my call tonight, Steve.
All right. I think you're talking about, I think it's Section 4 of the 25th Amendment. Section 4. Check that out. Now, get a news break. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News with Kenneth Burns.
Russia has begun its offensive in eastern Ukraine in hopes of capturing the Russian-leaning Donbas region. In the western part of the country, at least 7 people were killed in Russian airstrikes on Lviv, which until now was a safe hub for those escaping war. And Ukrainians continue to resist the Russians in the southern port city of Mariupol. Chief of Staff for Ukraine's President Andriy Yermak told CNN that his country needs a new security system.
All systems of the security not work, and I can say not exist.
Yermak adds that they will do their best to talk with the U.S., the UK, and others in creating that new system. To that end, President Volodymyr Zelensky has formally applied for membership in the European Union. He says it's the aspiration Ukrainians are fighting for and that they've been mentally in Europe for a long time. This is USA Radio News.
The MyPillow.com clearance continues. Roll and go anywhere. MyPillow's $9.99. The Body Pillow $39.99. And MyPillow bath sheets on sale 50% off. Use my promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com/radio specials. You'll also get a free copy of Mike Lindell's book. MyPillow.com/radio specials. Use promo code USA or 1-800-951-8175.
Planes, trains, and other forms of public transportation no longer require a mask at the moment. The TSA is no longer enforcing a mask mandate for travel after a federal judge in Florida struck down the CDC directive. Judge Catherine Kimball Mizell ruled that the agency exceeded its authority in issuing the mandate. An official with the Biden administration says the agencies are reviewing the decision and are considering next possible steps. Meanwhile, masks are being strongly recommended in the meantime. A good deal of infrastructure will require American-made materials soon.
The Biden administration will require infrastructure projects to be outfitted with U.S.-made materials. The Office of Management and Budget directing federal agencies to ensure that by mid-May, all projects funded by the infrastructure package are made with domestic iron and steel. That means all manufacturing processes will occur in the United States. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
You're listening to USA Radio News.
Gunsmoke. Fort Laramie. Have gun. Will travel.
Frontier Gentleman.
Luke Slaughter of Tombstone.
The greatest radio shows of all time, classic radio theater with Wyatt Cox. On many of these radio stations or online, just search for Classic Radio Theater with Wyatt Cox. That's Classic Radio Theater with Wyatt Cox.
Police in Columbia, South Carolina have arrested a second suspect in connection to a shooting at a mall over the weekend. Columbia Police Chief Skip Holbrook says Markeith Love Robinson is facing several charges. The first suspect, Jawayne Price, will face more, and a warrant has been issued for a third suspect.
That is Amari Sincere Jamal Smith. He has a nickname of Mari. He's a 21-year-old male from Columbia. He's wanted for 9 counts of assault and battery of a high and aggravated nature, attempted murder, and unlawful carry of a pistol.
15 people were injured in the shooting. 9 of them were gunshot wounds. Only a 73-year-old woman remains hospitalized. Holbrook reiterated that the shooting was not random. Officials say Jason Van Dyke will not face federal charges for the 2014 shooting death of Laquan McDonald. Van Dyke, a former Chicago police officer, was convicted of murder in a state trial. Prosecutors say it would have been more difficult to convict him at the federal level because the burden of proof is far higher. Van Dyke was seen on camera shooting McDonald 16 times. He was sentenced to more than 6 years in prison in 2018, serving less than half before he was released on Friday. Amid worries over rising interest rates and high inflation, Wall Street closed lower despite better than expected profits from banks. The Dow was down 39.5 points. The Nasdaq lost 19. The S&P 500 was essentially flat. Listen to us anytime at usaradio.com. For USA Radio News, I'm Kenneth Burns.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Well, thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Sommers on the radio. Got that Hot Shot Secret and the diesel. You know it really makes this Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. How about you, Big Ed? Are you with me? Break 1 9 for that Carolina monkey gouger. Negatory there, hillbilly. You clean clear to Blacktown. Let her roll. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, whether rain or sleet or even snow. And it don't matter if you're in New York or Dallas, you'll catch it all on the Steve Sommers Show. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Yeah, we're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive.
All right, welcome in to a Tuesday, friends on the West Coast. We're just after the midnight hour, 3:07 Eastern Time here on a Tuesday morning. Real quick, like Eagle's question about the inability of the president to perform his duties. So you got the 25th Amendment, right? All right, 25th Amendment to the Constitution. You got Section 3 and Section 4. Section 4, I think, is the one that's probably going to be arising. Section 4 addresses the case of a president who is unable to discharge the powers and duties of presidency, but cannot or does not execute the voluntary declaration contemplated by Section 3. It allows the vice president, together with a majority of either the principal officers of the executive departments or of such other body as Congress, may by law provide to issue a written declaration that the president is unable to discharge his duties. Immediately upon such a declaration being sent to Congress, the vice president becomes acting president. While, as with Section 3, the president remains in office, albeit temporarily divested of authority. James Furrick, the principal drafter of the amendment, writes that Congress deliberately left the term unable and inability kind of undefined, since cases of inability could take on various forms, not necessarily fitting into some sort of a rigid definition. The debates surrounding the 25th Amendment indicate that those terms are intended to cover all cases in which some condition or circumstance prevents the president from discharging his powers. They did a survey of scholarship on the amendment that found no specific threshold, medical or otherwise, for the, quote, inability contemplated in Section 4. The framers specifically rejected any definition of the term to leave flexibility. Those implementing Section 4 should focus on whether, in an objective sense, taking all the circumstances into account, the president is, quote, unable to discharge the powers and duties of the office. It does not require any particular type or amount of evidence to be submitted to determine that the president is unable to perform his duties. While the framers did imagine that medical evidence would be helpful to the determination of whether the president is unable, neither medical expertise nor diagnosis is required for a determination of inability. To be sure, foremost in the minds of the framers was some sort of a physical or mental impairment. But the text of Section 4 sets forth a flexible standard that was intentionally designed to apply to a wide variety of unforeseen circumstances. Potential examples of unforeseen emergencies that the scholars have listed, things like, kidnapping of the president or some sort of a political emergency. Traits such as unpopularity, incompetence, impeachable conduct, poor judgment, or laziness might not be, and of themselves, inability. But should such traits rise to a level where they prevent the president from carrying out his or her constitutional duties, they still might constitute an inability, even in the absence of a formal medical diagnosis. In addition, a president who already manifested disabling traits at the time he or she was elected is not thereby immune from a declaration of inability. But with these passing days, that's the point Eagle was trying to make. And I think we all see that, preaching to the choir. He is mentally pretty much unable to do his duties as president, and has been for some time. There are others behind the scenes that are actually doing his duties, and he's just kind of like the face, the body that goes out to transmit the information of what those behind the scenes are actually determining. And we get back to Pappy, I believe it is. Hey there, Pappy, what's going on?
What's happening, Steve?
How was your Easter?
Hey, first off, it was good. Went over to Aunt's, had a little dinner, and she's got some smaller children. Did a little Easter egg hunt with them.
There you go.
Good time. But hey, prayers out big time to Gilligan and Marianne. Man, what can you say?
Mm-hmm.
Steve, we've been saying from the get-go since he got elected, how long is he going to be in office?
Yeah.
Remember, we were talking about it,
yep.
man, right after he got elected. I didn't think he'd make it past October of last year. I'll tell you what I think is going to happen, Steve, if it makes Eagle feel any better. I think Hunter's going to get indicted. And that's going to expose Biden big time. The big guy I'm referring to. With that said, I think he's going to have to step down, Steve. The only thing I can think of at this point why they went ahead and haven't removed him is something you said the other night, that who's calling the shots, right? Who's really calling the shots? So if Kamala gets in there, are these same people going to be able to call the shots? There might be some rough waters there. So I'm thinking whoever's calling the shots is trying to prolong this, as long as possible. But how long ago was it, Steve? He wasn't in office a couple months. We had Nancy Pelosi and some other people in Congress talking about, the nuclear code should be shared, not just with Joe Biden.
Yep.
There should be other people involved.
Correct.
This has been going on for a long time, and it's just, and they're not going to be able to hide it too much longer. So I think it's going to happen, but for the better, for the worse, I guess, man. I don't know. But hey, Neptune, man, come on, Steve. It's an easy problem, easy solved problem.
Yeah.
Just have all the great beings on Neptune. Just give their money to the government. Problem solved, Steve. Right? Better yet, give it to the United States government. They'll solve that problem of the climate crisis on Neptune. That's all it takes. Oh, Steve, hey, let's talk about this drilling on the federal land. It's a scam, Steve. They came out and did this, and you said it. What did they do? They upped the royalties, right? And you called it, is it going to be worth the oil companies' investments if they don't get a return? See, they up the royalties, they're upping the permits, the regulations, they're making it impossible for the oil companies to make any money drilling on federal land now. So all of this is a scam, as they can come back in 6 months or a year and say, well, see, we allow the oil companies to drill on federal land, and it didn't help any. The scam. They know what they're doing, man. I don't think, if it's not going to be beneficial to the oil companies financially, they're not going to do it. They're taking a chance every time they drop a drill bit in the dirt, Steve, whether they're even going to hit money. You know how much money it costs them just to do that?
I think the whole prospect of the announcement is that the media, obviously the mainstream media, is going to be all over this, talking about, and later today when they announce the tracts of land where they're going to offer up leases, trying to make it sound like Joe and the administration are doing something to bring your prices down.
Yeah, exactly.
Vote for us.
There's still leases out there, Steve.
Right.
It's just that the regulations and the permits and everything they've done to these companies to make it impossible for them to even do it. Same thing Obama did to the coal factories, the coal mining industry. Exactly the same thing. What else is going on, man? Anything?
Not a whole lot. Just got
turmoil.
Yeah, the turmoil. I've got the Georgia Peach and Lisa's sister. Tina's in town. Her birthday today. Obviously, you heard us mentioning that earlier. So,
yes, sir. Yes, sir. Glad to see the Georgia Peach in town. I guess I'm assuming that's her sister.
Tina is her sister. Georgia Peach, that's Wanda. She's the one that was down there working the booth with us at Louisville.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. No, I realize that. But the birthday girl.
That's Tina. That's
Fireball?
her sister. Yeah, Fireball. Yeah.
I'm assuming that's the Georgia Peach's sister.
No, that's Lisa's sister. That's my wife's sister.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah.
All right. And they all grew up together, so
right.
Georgia Peach is just joining in on the fun, right?
Exactly. Yep.
Yes, sir. You gotta love them Southern Belle accents, Steve. You gotta love it, man. But all right, my man. Got some physical therapy to do tomorrow. Thank God it's late in the afternoon. And so I don't have to set the alarm clock. And made an appointment today, Steve, that Friday she's going to get that feeding tube, that peg out, which is the next big step. So
good.
Forward we move on, brother.
One step at a time. But, yep.
Yes, sir. All right, my man. That's all I got. But hey, tell Eagle, rest assured, it's going to happen. Biden there's no way he is going to make it till the end of his term. No way. Ain't happening.
Now, like you said, when we go back after the election, I think I gave him 1 year, but he's already surpassed that. He's been there longer than I thought he'd be.
Yeah. But again, real quick, I'm going to get off here. See, the media in Congress, they're really pushing for us to get involved in Ukraine, man. And, man, I'm telling you, watch out for this. Keep an eye on this. Like I said, until you can convince me that Ukraine is a national security interest, he's going to have to come out and convince the people before we put any boots on the ground over there, man. I'm not,
Yeah.
I don't know. Keep an eye on that, though. They're really pushing for this, man. So, all right, my man. Have a good night, brother.
Thank you. All right, let me see here real quick, like from the email bag. No Handle Dave said, traffic updates. I-94 West, exit 34 in Michigan, shut down. Got a truck rollover in the construction zone. Michigan has their emergency detours marked very well, so if drivers just follow the signs, they'll be fine. I'm on my way to our Chicago terminal from Kalamazoo, and when I leave Chicago, I'll be headed back to Indy. I've been kind of in and out of a light drizzle to maybe some light snow. Right now, we're holding it 39 degrees at the 23-mile marker westbound on I-94. Thanks for all you do. Again, from No Handle Dave. And we'll return in 2. By the way, lines available. It's 844-844-3388, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to serve us all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
My daughter Brinley is here at St. Jude. Coming here was literally life or death, and it was so scary. But St. Jude is fighting for one goal, like this one mission, life. And that gave us hope. We haven't received a single bill from St. Jude, so I really can just focus on what's best for Brinley.
Finding cures, saving children. Learn more at stjude.org.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, malpractice got you coming up in just a moment. Hang in there. Who was it? Chevy guy earlier brought up Senator Chris Coons. I found that the context of what he was saying about U.S. troops, actually U.S. troops on the ground in Ukraine. So apparently, it was last week, he said we need to start talking about whether we would send U.S. troops into Ukraine in response to a Russia chemical weapons attack, or a strike that hits Americans in the region. I guess that would have to be on one of the NATO countries or whatever, or the surrounding countries. We're in a very dangerous moment. It's important on a bipartisan and measured way that we in Congress and the administration come to a common position about when will we go to the next step and send not just arms, but troops to aid in the defense of Ukraine. If the answer is never, we're just inviting another level of escalation in brutality by Putin. So essentially he's saying, do we, or are we going to have any sort of line in the sand if they opt to use a chemical weapon, if they opt to use a tactical nuclear weapon? At what point do we say we're up in the ante? So, and obviously that didn't sit well with some. He actually clarified those remarks yesterday, saying, quote, "I'm not calling for U.S. troops to go into the war. The president has repeatedly ruled out sending troops to Ukraine, but he has, however, deployed more troops to NATO countries. But there's been widespread bipartisan opposition to sending U.S. service members to Ukraine." So Coons, he's pretty much, I guess, the first senator to actually publicly urge that Congress and the president even consider doing so. And under what circumstances? What's going to be the trigger, I guess? At what point do you say, all right, Putin, that's it, we're joining in? If Vladimir Putin, who has shown us how brutal he can be, is allowed to just continue to massacre civilians, to commit war crimes throughout Ukraine without NATO, without the West coming more forcefully to the aid, I deeply worry about what's going to happen next. Will we see Ukraine turn into Syria, he says. During a month-long occupation, Russian troops tortured, raped, executed civilians in Kyiv until the Ukrainian military forced them out. Recent Ukrainian government estimates said last week around 900 civilians had been executed by Russian forces in that area of Kyiv. All right, so is this just kind of testing the waters? They like to do that in D.C. Let's test the waters a little. See what kind of response we get if we throw something like this out there. Hey, good morning, Malpractice.
Good morning, Mr. Steve. How are you doing this fine day?
Doing well. How was your Easter weekend?
It was good. It was good. I had a good time. I had to go to fat camp today. I'm getting ready to do that surgery, so I had to take off the weekend. But I was broke down for a week in Valdosta, Georgia, with my truck, and couldn't get the parts, so I stayed in a Hampton Inn. It was really rough. It was kind of that led up to Easter, so it was rough staying in a Hampton Inn though. Continental breakfast and all that good stuff. But anyway. First thing I want to do is say condolences to Gilligan and his family and prayers, and may God put a shield around them. And I just wanted to ask you, did you see what they was talking about this evening about our government or NASA? I can't remember who they said it was, is sending messages to the aliens to let them know that we are good people and that we are nice people. And my reply is that all these climate yin-yangs, I think they've responded and they've landed on Earth, because that everything they say is just outlandish. I mean, it's stupid. I mean, this stuff's been said over and over again, I mean, it's like ever so often they come up with this, our world is ending, blah, blah, blah. It's just, and now they're just getting a little bit of ground, I think. But what do you think about the aliens? Are you in on that?
My main question, what language? What language are we speaking to the aliens in? Do we know? Hey, hold that thought there, because we got to get our news break. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News with Kenneth Burns.
Some of the country's major airlines now say masks are optional. Delta, United, Southwest, American, and Alaska have made that adjustment following a federal judge in Florida ruling the CDC overstepped its bounds in requiring a mask mandate for public transportation. Despite the court ruling, Dr. Celine Gounder, an infectious disease professor at New York University, shares her advice at this time with CBS News.
As of right now, my advice as a physician to anybody traveling on a plane would be to continue wearing a mask when you're traveling on public transportation, including on an airplane.
The ruling also comes as COVID cases have begun to rise, with the new BA2 subvariant as the dominant strain. On Wall Street Monday, the Dow was down 39.5 points, the Nasdaq off by 19, the S&P 500 essentially flat. This is USA Radio News.
Not too long ago, it felt good to withdraw your cash from the bank, didn't it? For a vacation or a new car. But today, withdrawing your own cash has become risky. Pat Boone here for Swiss America. According to The Secret War, a new Swiss America white paper, I learned that all banks are now required to spy on you and me for the government, and then report any financial behavior deemed suspicious or unusual. You must read The Secret War. It's free.
Thanks, Pat. Call toll-free 800-630-1490. That's 800-630-1490.
Truth is, I believe the government's new war against cash is really a war against us all. But the secret is now out. So please, get and read The Secret War.
Again, 800-630-1490. 800-630-1490 today.
Or at SwissAmerica.com.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
Hey, Dad, your prescription will be ready in just a minute. Hey, Dad, your laundry will be ready in just a minute. Dad, your lunch will be ready in just a minute.
Hey, honey, why don't you take a minute? When you help care for a loved one, you give them as much time as you can, making sure they're safe and comfortable. But it's just as important that you take some time for yourself. At AARP, we can help with information and useful tips on how you can maintain a healthy life balance, care for your own physical and mental well-being, and manage the challenges of caring for a loved one. Because the better care you take of yourself, the better care you can provide for your loved one.
Thanks, Dad.
Thank you. You're there for them. We're here for you. Find free care guides to support you and your loved one at aarp.org/caregiving. That's aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, so we left. Malpractice was talking about the aliens. I knew I had seen the headline about this, so I pulled up the story from this past day. And supposedly, Stephen Hawkins, who has since passed away, was years and years ago very cautious about sending messages to aliens. According to the New York Post, a message broadcast into space revealing the Earth's location may provoke an invasion from aliens. So says one expert. All the way back in 1974, I remember this, I was a kid at the time, like 10 years old. We had launched some sort of a message into space in various languages, but with new technology. The new space-bound note is called the Beacon in the Galaxy. Our latest attempt to make contact with other life forms. It will include our solar system's position within the Milky Way relative to known clusters of stars, so anyone who hears it can hunt the Earth out. Details about the Earth's surface, drawings of humans, and basic technical concepts for them to reach out to us will all be packed into it. But a top researcher from Oxford University says this may be risky, people. He says it has such a high impact you actually need to take it rather seriously. He thinks the chances of the message actually reaching extraterrestrials is quite low, but if it does, it would be more like a postcard saying, "We wish you were here." There's quite a few communications out there in space that are meant for aliens, which could also be a problem in itself. The poor aliens might already be getting various messages sent for all sorts of reasons. But the greatest issue is the giggle factor, linked to all things alien and UFOs. Here I'm chuckling about this, and apparently I'm not supposed to be doing that. People just refuse to take anything related to this seriously, which is a shame. This is very important stuff. All right, so I apologize. I shouldn't chuckle about that. We should not be sending a postcard to aliens telling them where we are. You're laughing. You're laughing, damn it. It's not funny. This is serious.
Okay, let's get serious. All right. Steve, my friend, if they come down to this earth and see some of the people you see at Walmart after 11 o'clock at night, they're going to take and turn a double loop, and they're going to haul butt, and they're going back home because they're going to go back and say, "Man, you ain't going to believe this." Be like a truck driving story. You ain't going to believe this, what we've seen on Earth. But anyway, I heard that today, and I thought, oh, my Lord, have mercy. But anyway, I just got a couple more things, and I'll get out of your hair. That they was talking about the mall shooter in South Carolina today, and our world has come to the point they let that guy. He was in jail, and then they released him and let him go home on an ankle bracelet after he injured 17 people, and now they found other people that was linked to that. But I mean, we can go out. I guess now it's okay. We can go out and shoot people and go home, and maybe that'll be a good way I could get out of driving this truck every week. But I don't want to do that. But I'm just saying, go home and have an ankle bracelet and let the government take care of me. I mean, there's just certain days, Steve, I just want to pull my hair out. And I'm a fat bald man, so it wouldn't do me much good. But anyway, thank you for listening to me, and welcome Construction Zone. I've been stopped from Indiana over here north of Atlanta. I've been in 3 backups today. Hello, summer. Hello, construction. Have a good night.
Hope all goes well with the surgery. Thanks for checking in this morning. There you go. Now, Philip wanted back in here briefly. Hello, Philip.
Hey, bud, I usually don't come back on. I usually do one call and that's it. But I heard Eagle's comments earlier about the missiles on the Ukrainian shot the ship with. Those were Russian missiles. They modified them. Now, where they got the technology to modify them, I can't say they got that from us or not. I don't know. But the missiles that actually took out that ship were Russian. And the only modification that I knew of that they did to them is they mounted them on a truck. And they were a truck-mounted launch instead of being on a ship. That was what the deal is with them. But I think the thing that we really need to concentrate on with this deal with Russia and Ukraine, and it's been said numerous times, Steve, have you heard anything about the Russians and their cyber attacks?
I know last week that I guess there was a memo that, that we need to really be concerned about our infrastructure, our power grid, and all kind of things.
Okay, so a lot of people don't know it, and it's recently come out about the Russians and their abilities to, have cyber attacks. Mm-hmm. They literally shut down an oil production facility in Saudi Arabia. Now, they said the way the hack was set up for it, it was intended to catch it on fire and destroy it with what was going on with the facility. So what they were intending on doing was going in there and changing settings on things, doing different things that could cause the facility to explode. But the Saudis had hardwired the facility to where if it had an attack on a cyber deal, which most of our stuff is set up that way, the system crashes and just shuts it down when the hack happens. And luckily that happened. And it hasn't got out too much in the news. CBS has talked about it. They had a really lengthy interview with a gentleman who's one of the head cyber guys on 60 Minutes the other day. And he said that that's what we need to focus on. And as far as Pappy talking about boots on the ground, I don't think there will be boots on the ground. We have too much stuff that can take out Russia without even putting anybody on the ground. If you look at the drones that Ukraine just has been using, and those are from us, Eagle, they've been using drones to drop stuff that we gave them. Mm-hmm. So I think we are going to be involved, but I don't think we're going to be involved as far as having people on the ground. And by the way, Steve, I'm really confused about Russia and this deal with Ukraine, because who in the world puts giant letter Z's on the front of their vehicles all over the place and runs them around the country and does all this stuff? I mean, there's some things that are really kind of crazy about it. I mean, it seems like to me when you're in war and you're fighting, you want to hide yourself away from somebody, and the last thing you want to do is put a big giant white Z on the front of your tank. I don't get it. So that's the part that's kind of confusing me with Russia right now. But I think we're going to be in there. Russia's got low-grade nuclear weapons that they can use. Mm-hmm. And by the way, anybody out there realize that when the beginning of the war, or I call it a war over there, I don't call it no operation, they went for Chernobyl. Now, a lot of people don't know much about Chernobyl. They know it from what happened over there with the plant. But the Russians took some radioactive material away from Chernobyl when they seized it. And the Atomic Commission went over there and investigated after Russia left there. Okay. And they had unearthed a bunch of the uranium that they had buried for some reason or another. And they're trying to investigate that to figure out if it was enriched. Because if it was enriched, that means that's weapons grade uranium that they could use to build more bombs with. So we need to stand by and watch this, like Pappy said. I mean, this is nothing to play with. I've been watching it ever since it happened. I've been trying to read as much as I can about what I'm seeing in the news as far as the equipment they're using, all the other stuff that's going on, so I can get a background on it. And to be quite honest, And Pappy, you'll know what I'm talking about, Steve. Our nation has a lot of soft targets, and they can be taken out really quick. And it's something that we need to pay attention to. That's all I got today, bud. I'm sorry I didn't mean to call back in. I didn't want to take time away from somebody else. But y'all have a good day, and thank you, bud.
All right, thank you. Good to have you with us. Yeah, it was last week. I had the story sitting beside me here. I still hadn't touched on it yet. Advanced hackers have demonstrated the ability to take control of a number of devices that run power stations, manufacturing plants, according to the government alert last week, sounding the alarm over the potential for cyber spies to harm critical infrastructure. The U.S. Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency issued a joint advisory with other government agencies that the hackers' malicious software could affect a type of device called programmable logic controllers, something made by Schneider Electric and Omron Corporation. Omron did not immediately return a message seeking comment. Schneider did not immediately answer a question as well. The controllers are common in a number of industries, though, from gas to food production. In the alert, the agency said to implement a series of recommendations at blocking and detecting this malware. Although the alert was kind of vague, it did not say which hackers were believed to have developed the malware, and they gave no indication the malware had actually been used. But this did send concern all throughout, across the industry. We are already on edge over Russia's invasion of Ukraine, which has seen the deployment of malware aimed at causing electrical outages. In a sign of how seriously the discovery of this was being taken, CISA said that they were making their announcement alongside the Department of Energy, the National Security Agency, and the FBI. Hey, let me see. This Scott, I believe it is. Morning, Scott.
Morning, Steve. How are you this morning?
Doing well. How about yourself?
Hey, good. So I'm not trying to get off topic, but I heard somebody emailed you a little bit ago and was talking about an accident on 94 westbound in Michigan. I'm getting ready to head that way. I got to go out to Joliet, Illinois, but I'm just wondering if it's something that just happened, or maybe he can email you back or call in, because I can't find nothing on it. I've tried checking the traffic cams, still didn't see nothing in that area, and so I just want to steer clear if that's the case, and maybe drop down onto 80 and go that way just in case. But like I said, Google Maps isn't showing anything, and neither is the traffic cam, so I'm kind of unsure if I should go that way or not.
Okay, I mean, in his message, pretty much all he had said was it was overturned truck in the construction zone, and that I guess the electronic signs were all pretty clear on the detours.
Okay, well, I might take my chances and head that way, or I don't know just yet. I'm getting ready to leave out this morning, and I'm leaving out of Belleville, so I got to go all the way across the state on 94.
Okay, all right.
So that's all I was calling about. I just wanted to see if there was maybe any more information on your end on that accident there before I head out.
I will see what else I can come up with. His email would have been about an hour ago, but I don't know. Typically with an overturned truck in a construction zone, that takes typically a while to get things cleared up. But again, I'll see what I can find out for you. We'll return into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studio.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Honorary Forest Ranger Betty White here, lending a hand to my dear friend Smokey Bear, because for years he's only said,
only you can prevent wildfires.
But there's a lot more to say. Like if you park your car on tall, dry grass, the hot exhaust pipe can start a wildfire. So keep the animals safe, especially the cute shirtless one. Go to SmokeyBear.com to learn more about wildfire prevention. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, I touched on this headline a bit earlier. This very interesting. Let's, in the name of saving the planet, right? You know, because of the internal combustion engine, we're going electric. And whether you like it or not, I mean, it's being mandated. All vehicles sold by the year on a federal level, what is it, 2035? In other states, like California, issuing earlier dates, all new vehicles sold will be electric. I mean, the push to eliminate the internal combustion engine, will it actually make a difference? Without even this information, no. Because quite honestly, I don't think the internal combustion engine has a hell of a lot to do with the changing climate on this planet. The climate is changing on Neptune without an internal combustion engine. But as far as they talk about zero emissions. You see, if you just plug your vehicle in, you're not making any emissions when you're driving your vehicle, right? Zero emissions. There's no such thing. Batteries do not create electricity. They simply store electricity that is generated somewhere else, especially through coal, uranium, natural gas-powered power plants, or diesel-powered generators. So the claim that the electric car is a zero-emission vehicle is not true at all. Since 40% of the electricity produced in this country comes from coal-powered plants, therefore 40% of electric vehicles on the road are coal-based. But that's not all. Yeah, those of you excited about electric cars and the green revolution need to take a closer look at those batteries. Not only that, but also the wind turbines and the solar panels. A typical electric car battery weighs 1,000 pounds, about the size of a suitcase. It contains 25 pounds of lithium, 60 pounds of nickel, 44 pounds of manganese, 30 pounds of cobalt, 200 pounds of copper, 400 pounds of aluminum, steel, and plastic. There are over 6,000 25,000 individual lithium-ion cells inside said battery. To make each electric battery, you'll need to process 25,000 pounds of salt for the lithium, 30,000 pounds of ore for the cobalt, 5,000 pounds of resin for the nickel, 25,000 pounds of ore from the copper. Overall, you have to dig about 500,000 pounds of Earth's crust for a battery. The main problem with solar systems is the chemicals used to turn silicate into silicon, used for the panels. To produce sufficiently pure silicon, it must be treated with hydrochloric acid, sulfuric acid, hydrogen fluoride, trichloroethane, and acetone. In addition, gallium, arsenide, copper, indium, gallium, and all these other chemicals, silicon dust poses a hazard to workers, and the plates cannot be recycled. Wind turbines are the non-plus ultra in terms of cost and environmental destruction. Each windmill weighs the equivalent to the weight of 23 houses, 1,688 tons, and contains 1,300 tons of concrete, 295 tons of steel, 48 tons of iron, 24 tons of fiberglass, and the hard-to-win rare earths, neodyme, praseodyme. Each of the three blades weighs 81,000 pounds with a lifespan of 15 to 20 years, after which they must be replaced. We cannot recycle used rotor blades. These technologies certainly have their place, but you've got to look beyond the myth of emission freedom. Going green. It sounds like the utopian deal, right? But if you look at the hidden and embedded cost in a realistic, unbiased way, you will find that going green is actually doing more harm to the Earth's environment than it seems it has. No, I am not opposed to mining, electric vehicles, wind, or solar energy. I simply show the reality of the situation. I didn't realize the amount of mining for those rare earths that encompasses just generating one of those lithium-ion batteries to go in, say, your Tesla or any electric automobile. And the plan is to have us all driving one of those vehicles in fairly short order. All right, we'll get our final hour just ahead. It is the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Kenneth Burns.
According to officials, at least 7 people were killed in Russian airstrikes on the western city of Lviv, a city that's been considered a place of safety for those fleeing other parts of the country. That word comes as Russia reportedly begun its offensive in eastern Ukraine. Pentagon spokesman John Kirby says Russia has beefed up its resources and reinforced its tactical groups.
We can't say specifically where all these battalions, these tactical groups are going, but we have seen over the last few days that they've added now more than 10 to what they already had there in that part of the country.
The Kremlin has said its main goal is to capture the Donbas region, that after failing to capture Ukraine's capital city, Kyiv. Wall Street closed slightly lower coming off the holiday. The Dow down 39.5 points. The Nasdaq losing 19. The S&P 500 was essentially flat. This is USA Radio News.
With PatriotSoftware.com, accounting and payroll, keep your time and money.
Mike Capel here, serial entrepreneur. I started my first business in the basement of a factory over 30 years ago. We had no heat and no air conditioning. Instead of customers, our office visitors were rats, birds, flies, and snakes. Our office flooded often, and we used blankets as our office walls. We were broke and needed customers. Years later, I formed my 5th successful business, Patriot Software, which has attracted tens of thousands of customers with our easy accounting and payroll software used by accountants and non-accountants alike. Go to patriotsoftware.com, use promo code RADIO, and get 2 months of accounting and payroll software free. That's patriotsoftware.com.
Accounting and payroll, keep your time and money.
Police in South Carolina have arrested a second suspect in connection to a shooting that took place at a mall over the weekend. Columbia Police Chief Skip Holbrook says Marquise Love Robinson is facing several charges.
He's charged with 9 counts of assault and battery of a high and aggravated nature, attempted murder, unlawful carry of a handgun. He's housed in the Lexington County Detention Center. A bond hearing is scheduled for tomorrow morning at 8:30 a.m.
The first suspect, Joanne Price, will face more charges, and a warrant has been issued for a third suspect. 15 people were injured in the shooting, which Holbrook says was not random. The TSA is no longer enforcing the mask mandate for travel after a federal judge in Florida struck down the directive. An official with the Biden administration says they are reviewing the decision and are considering next possible steps. Judge Catherine Kimball Mizell ruled that the CDC exceeded its authority with the mandate for planes, trains, and other forms of public transportation. You are listening to USA Radio News.
The MyPillow.com clearance continues. Roll and go anywhere. MyPillow's $9.99. The Body Pillow $39.99. And MyPillow bath sheets on sale 50% off. Use my promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com/radio specials. You'll also get a free copy of Mike Lindell's book. MyPillow.com/radio specials. Use promo code USA or 1-800-951-8175.
Sensors on a Florida amusement park ride were adjusted manually to double the size of the opening for restraints on 2 seats. That's according to an initial report into what caused the teenager to fall to his death. The report commissioned was by the state's Agriculture Department. Nikki Fried is Florida's Agriculture Commissioner.
These misadjustments allow the safety lights to illuminate, improperly satisfying the ride's electronic safety mechanisms that allow the ride to operate.
The victim, 14-year-old Tyrese Sampson, was more than 300 pounds when he slipped from the restraint, which could have expanded from the extra weight. A settlement has been reached between a school in the Midwest and a professor who did not want to use the students' preferred pronouns, citing his Christian faith.
Shawnee State University in Ohio will pay $400,000 in damages and attorney fees for punishing philosophy professor Nick Merriweather after he declined a transgender student's demand to be referred to as a female. Speaking on Fox News, the professor says the university violated his rights.
And initially, the administration was willing to go along with that, but then the administration changed course and demanded that I defer to the ideology, that I refer to the student as a female, and I simply could not do that. I thought it was an egregious assault on my freedom of speech and my religious beliefs.
From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
For USA Radio News, I'm Kenneth Burns in New York.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Sommers. It's the Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
get back to your calls. Here's our final hour underway, during which this hour you get the chance for another entry into the $1,000 daily driver bonus contest. $1,000 a day, continuing each day. We're into the third of 5 weeks. We'll have your keyword coming up here in just a bit. And before I get back to the calls, let me see. The FMCSA issuing a warning about an email scam that is targeting truckers. It's a phishing scam, as they call it. You may receive from the FMCSA's Assistant of Administration claiming that you need to complete your most recent up-to-date membership license certificate. If you receive any suspicious email from info@fmcsa.dot.gov or any other entity that you're not expecting or maybe looks suspicious, please just delete the email from your inbox. Once the email has been deleted, go into your deleted mail and delete it from your deleted mailbox. If you do that, that'll limit the exposure of the phishing email. Now, officials said, note that the only legitimate way to log into the training provider registry is via login.gov. Never enter your email address and password into a third-party website claiming that it's going to give you access to the training provider registry. We also advise users check the website URL for HTTPS, which means the website is secure and either a .gov or a .mil, which means the website is a legitimate government site. .gov, .gov, or .mil. And let me get back to the calls. Scarecrow. Morning, Scarecrow.
Oh, good morning, Kimosabi. I'll start this off with, as the Aerosmith song goes, I'm back in the saddle again.
There you go.
We've been away from you guys for, about a week and a half, I guess. We winged our way out to California, get away, effort to escape this dragging on Wisconsin winter here. By the way, I sent the email to you a half hour back. If you haven't got around to it, it's a picture I took of the price card outside a little gas station, one of these corner gas stations in the community area. They give you some idea of the ridiculous gas and diesel prices out there.
Yep.
I never did go past a truck stop to get a feel for what interstate pricing is or such, but either way, within our household, we have what we refer to as the Olson family curse. The wife and I, it works in with anything and everything. If it can go wrong, it will go wrong. My mom hates it when I bring that up, but and even our two boys has good fortune that seems to follow them on occasion. It'll bite them in the hind end. But either way, this trip to California started over 2 years ago, and then COVID bit us. And but in a roundabout way, it might have been a blessing. As a year back, my bride, she did get a hip replacement, and we spent 3 nights, 4 days up in Yosemite National Park. A lot of hiking involved, and she'd have never been able to participate in that, had it been 2 years back. So anyway, the trip started out, Sacramento area, they've had 80s and 90 degrees temperatures a couple of weeks back. Junior, he messages us Friday prior to leaving on Saturday, better pack the long johns, Dad. And yeah, Steve, 2 days in a row we wore long johns up there.
Yeah.
we had a cabin we had for 3 nights up in Yosemite Park, and the host or landlord, whoever manages the place, he sent my son a message Saturday morning prior to our leaving. He recommended that we pack tire chains with. Yeah, there was 5 to 9 inches of snow forecast for, well, I don't remember what it was, for about Tuesday, I guess it was. We didn't get nearly that much, but up at 6,000 feet, weather can change pretty quick. But either way, that came to pass. We didn't slip and slide, other than when Junior took his pickup sideways down the driveway from melting snow that turned to ice. Lots of good hiking scenery. Yosemite is certainly on a bucket list if you're into hiking, and it's amazing, the rock formations, and the springtime is the prime time of the year if you want to catch the waterfalls and such. It's all the lake melt and ice and snow melt from the mountaintops. Come summer way, it's all but gone. And also, summer-wise, the traffic flow is just going to be unrelentless. It's just amazing how, and I'm sure all national parks are probably, this way. They're a great destination. So either way, yeah, we had good times up there. Shoveled a path to the grill, and still made memories up there. And we headed on back to just a suburb of Sacramento on Wednesday, and took in Sacramento as a real cool railroad museum. One display, it touched on the Donner Pass area and all the snow that they get up there. It's unbelievable. I think a record is right just shy of 70 feet just in one season. So anyway, then thinking back here, Friday, yeah. Sunday, he got us in onto the air base there and got us cleared out onto the flight line, and we've talked on the show before about these chase cars that they use to guide those U-2s in and out. And so we hopped in a car and we got to run in tandem with another guy that was working out there at a plane doing touch and goes. He had 6 or 8 go arounds and different scenarios on what he might have to face, coming in. And yeah, it's certainly easy to see how they can go through tires on these cars and whatnot out there. It just I certainly thought they were going to roll the car over, but so either way, yeah, that was pretty cool. I got a lot of videos and snapshots, and not called snapshots anymore, are they? So anyway, that was right out on the runway area. A lot of cool. I'd be careful here. A lot of cool stuff in the hangars and whatnot, and Grump, he could attest to what there is, and I was advised no pictures of any kind in there and whatnot. But yeah, there's a lot of cool stuff our government has at play around there. But yeah, it all came to pass in fine fashion. That Olson curse I told you about Wednesday, call from my sister-in-law who was house sitting, and the furnace pilot light went out, and touched on this last fall. Either way, yeah, finally going to have some HVAC service. The heat exchanger's cracked, and I guess after 40 years, we're due for upgrades.
You think 40 years, for crying out loud? That's way outlived its life expectancy.
Steve, we've talked about that before. We've just kind of lived right, the air conditioning, that's never been serviced. For clothes dryer, the only reason we got a new one, the kids are feeling guilty for my wife, so they got her a new one for Christmas. I've been nursing the old one along for 39 years. Likewise, our washing machine, that certainly didn't owe us anything. But so yeah, either way, yeah, it was a good week away regarding masks and whatnot. I think coming and going up there, I my mask was hanging off my ear most of the trip. I spent most of the time chomping on snacks and some adult beverages and this and that. Not to the point of getting kicked off the plane by any means, but yeah, it was a good getaway. Come back to my truck here with all the nut covers on the right side of the truck torn off, the right side fuel step on the fuel tank that's bent up. Yeah, I warned the fella that was filling in for me to give a few extra inches of clearance from this loading dock that we drive parallel to, but no, the curse bit me again there. So, yeah, I guess beyond that, I tuned you in a couple nights there. We're about 3 hours behind the show out there, so I at least hung on to long enough to get the first clue for the night. And my wife would look over at me, and she'd seen the earbuds in my head. She'd give me this brow beating, and you got to be kidding me. but otherwise, yeah. Did I miss out on any worldly news or events on the program itself? Obviously, the news of the day is Gilligan and his bride, and certainly was a tough news to take at the moment. There, my dad for years has said, children are not meant to go before the parents, and so yeah, I think about that every once in a while. Given what our kids are involved with and whatnot, but you just got to try and shake it off, and it's all reality. So, other than that, Bud, yeah, that's all I got for the moment here.
Well, that's great.
But yeah, if you get it, like I say, if you get a chance, open that picture up. I think diesel was at 6.25 or something like that. About 570, 580 for
all that big
unleaded regular.
Big numbers.
Unreal. But Costco, I don't know what their prices are, but huge lines. People waiting there. They're will sit in line for a half hour to save a couple pennies a gallon.
And probably let the engine idle the whole time they're sitting in line, right? You just burn it all. You burn all the fuel you're going to save your pennies on. Hey, are you feeling lucky? Are you feeling lucky there, Scarecrow? Well, if so, that is your keyword this hour in our $1,000 daily driver bonus giveaway. Yeah, that lucky is your keyword here. Clue number 2 here on a Tuesday morning. It's your chance to win $1,000 cash and a shot at $10,000 grand prize. Simply go to tncradio.live on the web or the tncradio.live app. Enter that keyword lucky, L-U-C-K-Y, lucky. And it's that simple. You're entered once again. All right, we'll return into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to serve us all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
My daughter Brinley is here at St. Jude. Coming here was literally life or death, and it was so scary. But St. Jude is fighting for one goal, like this one mission, life. And that gave us hope. We haven't received a single bill from St. Jude, so I really can just focus on what's best for Brinley.
Finding cures, saving children. Learn more at stjude.org.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, what do you say? What do you say? Our forecast had called for some precip rolling through this early Tuesday. At least at this point on the radar, there ain't much going on. Pretty quiet out there. We do have a frost advisory, though. We're looking at like 36 degrees at this hour. It's a chilly. 19th day of April. Come on. I thought it was springtime already. Now, let's get back to the calls here, and I believe Casey is on board. Hello, Casey.
Hey, Steve, it's me again. I'm the fellow that called back in probably over the last 3 weeks that I've been in a hospital. I had brain surgery.
Yeah.
I'm back home now, and the memory is coming back, and, I just feel like God has blessed me so well to get me through this, and I'm really hoping that the doctors are able now to treat the rest of the cancer that I have left inside my head. There was one nodule that they did not do surgery on because they feel they'll treat it with radiation. And aside from driving my wife crazy, she says now that I'm home, my personality has changed and I'm more talkative. And so this whole brain surgery thing is just a mystery to me. It's why God has kept me here. I feel like he's got more for me to do on earth before I come live with him and, in paradise. And, I'm glad how this turns out either way. And I do feel my testimony to other people right now should be an example that a life well lived. And it earns you a lot of credit when it comes to the end times because I'm at peace. I do not feel scared of what happens to me either way. And, I praise the ministers that have helped me, the church that got me baptized and squared away on all this to where I know that no matter how my medical condition and surgery turns out, my biggest sorrow is leaving my wife behind. And, it's something we all have to contemplate at some point in our lives.
Yes, sir.
And it's really troubling when you're younger because you're so busy living your life and your job and everything. You really don't have time to contemplate it. But I've spent the last 3 years under chemotherapy, a lot of time in a recliner with a IV plugged into my arm, around other cancer patients that are further along and closer to the end of their life than I have been. And, it becomes the focus of your life at this point. And just trying to hang on, wait for the next treatment and maybe the next medical discovery is the one that's going to reverse this. I'm having hope that there is a procedure that will end my neuropathy because there was a doctor that got into a trial program for maybe like one of the drug companies, maybe Merck or one of the others, and his neuropathy is gone. Because that's one of the things about chemotherapy is those drugs destroy the nerves.
Mm-hmm.
And fingers get clumsy. You get to where you trip when you walk. And while I was in rehab last week coming out of the brain surgery, my biggest hazard was falling. And but I managed to get through it without falling. And just the advancements in medical equipment, they've got this thing called a steady chair that they can actually, you stand up on this thing and lean back against a rest, and they can wheel you into a restroom. And then the wings fold out on the back of this, and it lets you sit on the commode, and it makes it so much easier for the nurses and the staff in the hospital. And I'm a big guy, you know, but it made me feel safe. It kept them from getting a strain, from lifting me, helped me get up. And the people that make this medical equipment in such a way that it's so creative and helpful to a patient and the hospital staff, they are the ones that deserve a Nobel Prize instead of these political hacks that get it. And it just amazes me. And, you know, I worked in the industry for all those years, and you were talking about industrial security. And I think I texted you that my employer worked with Cisco to make routers that CNC machinery in all these factories that runs the milling machines and the production environment, that it's on a hardened Cisco router. And that way, Cisco claims it's not hackable.
Wow.
And, you know, Cisco is one of the leaders. But getting industrial managers in that to invest that kind of money on each and every, because a factory can have hundreds of CNC machines in it, and they've got to buy one of these routers for each and every machine. But that's got to become our mentality from now on, is to make installations like that, because it's the world we live in today.
Pretty fascinating stuff. Well, KC, did you get your code from last week? I sent that to Chad this past morning. If you didn't receive it yet, you should get it today.
I'll check in my, okay, good. I'll check in my spam filter or whatever, but you send it as a text, right?
Yes, it'll be a text. Correct.
Okay. I'll keep looking for it, and if not, I'll get back with you. But Steve, your show's a blessing to me, because with the steroids they have me on, I do have trouble sleeping. I'm still on steroids because of the swelling in my brain until I go back to see the neurology department and all that. And it's nice to have you guys and everybody else that calls in, and everybody I know that's out there trucking. I just feel like I got a whole family of friends that support me at night. And, you know, I'm not blue about any of this. I just, everything to me in life right now is a blessing. And I just want others to know that, you know, that's possible for all of us. It's just a matter of how we decide to interpret things and think. And I'm just glad I have you overnight like this. I do appreciate it. Bye for now.
Hey, thanks for, I'm glad all's going well with the recovery, and I hope that trend continues. There you go. And it is 844-844-3388. In the state of Georgia, man in custody after becoming involved in a shootout with police while attempting to steal a tractor trailer Monday morning. This was about 8:30 yesterday morning in Garden City. According to ABC 22, police were called to a location on Commerce Boulevard. Reports of a man attempting to steal a semi-truck. When police arrived, the man allegedly locked himself inside the truck with a weapon he had found inside the cab. Officers called for assistance. Short time later, the man inside the rig began firing at officers. Police then became involved in a standoff with the suspect. SWAT team officers were eventually able to take the man into custody. Minor injuries in the incident. Back after this.
USA Radio News with Kenneth Burns.
According to officials, at least 7 people were killed in Russian airstrikes on the western city of Lviv, a city that's been considered a place of safety for those fleeing other parts of the country. That word comes as Russia reportedly begun its offensive in eastern Ukraine. Pentagon spokesman John Kirby says Russia has beefed up its resources and reinforced its tactical groups.
We can't say specifically where all these battalions, these tactical groups are going, but we have seen over the last few days that they've added now more than 10 to what they already had there in that part of the country.
The Kremlin has said its main goal is to capture the Donbas region, that after failing to capture Ukraine's capital city, Kyiv. Wall Street closed slightly lower coming off the holiday. The Dow down 39.5 points. The Nasdaq losing 19. The S&P 500 was essentially flat. This is USA Radio News.
You clean everything else in your house. Why don't you clean the air? It's easy to do with an Eden Pure Thunderstorm air purifier. They're under $200 for a 3-pack. You can put one in the kitchen. You can put one in the living room. You can put one in that room that you always flush. Go to EdenPureDeals.com. Put in my promo code CLASSIC3 and you'll save $200. EdenPureDeals.com. Discount code CLASSIC3 and you'll also get free shipping.
Bingo fun fact number 6. Americans spend over $90 million weekly on bingo. Why? When you can play Bingo Treasure for free. Go to BingoRadioUSA.com. Play from any device, your smartphone, tablet, or computer. The account is free. The play is free. Play one card. Play more. Chat with other players. Meet new friends. All free at BingoRadioUSA.com. That's BingoRadioUSA.com. Bingo from any device. Hurry. Free accounts are limited.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
The Hotshot Secret Facebook page gets a lot of robust Q&A about diesel problems and their solutions. We listen to our customers. Here are their words straight from their mouths about Hotshot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm John Sharp, a.k.a. Jay Sharp from Newburgh, Pennsylvania. Using EDT, my local fuel mileage went to average of 22 to 23, and my highway MPG went to 26 to 28.
Hi, I'm Danny. I'm from Arizona. I drive an 02 Ford Excursion. I use EDT at every fill-up, and my mileage went from 12.5 miles to gallon to 14 miles per gallon. I highly recommend it.
Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch 4-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
Motorsport approaches the century mark. From dead weight, first a small step and then a great leap forward. And what is tractor pulling anyway? From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Columbus, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Radio Report. Tractor pulling is a sport that has been around in one form or another for close to 100 years, as the first documented contests took place in Missouri and Ohio in 1929. Even when steam and oil-powered traction farm machines were in their infancy, farmers of the era competed against each other to determine whose tractor was the most powerful. From primitive drawbar to drawbar tugs of war, the contests evolved into deadweight pulling competitions over short spans, much like team horse pulls, and these continue to be held by many antique and stock pulling clubs to the present day. Even though the metric to decide a winner has always been distance, the desire for a spectator-friendly exhibition meant that speed would necessarily become involved. So pulls were soon conducted on long, straight tracks, along which each tractor would, one at a time, pull a flat sled. Participants, positioned along both sides of the track, would step on as the sled skidded past. These Western-style competitions began to draw serious fan interest and also led to a ramping up of horsepower and velocity from what were initially stock tractors. As tractors cemented their place on the farm, aftermarket industries developed that allowed farmers to get power far in excess of their tractor's factory rating, and these rebuild kits naturally made their way into pulling competitions. Soon, the velocities were too great to safely continue with a human ballast step-on sleds, and that ushered in the era of the mechanical weight transfer, beginning in the mid-1960s. Designs varied, but a common principle was the shifting of a propelled weighted box from atop an axle to atop a flat pan, in the process converting rolling, mostly frictionless weight, to dragging frictional weight. These versatile machines allowed even the smallest or lightest tractors to start the load and simultaneously stopped even the largest or heaviest tractors within a few hundred feet of track. With both the safety and consistency of the contests now established, vehicles began to be adapted or constructed specifically to compete, and the sport of tractor pulling really took off with nationally advertised events. The first national tractor pull was conducted at the Wood County Fairgrounds in Bowling Green, Ohio in August of 1967. While in Bowling Green, pullers decided that they should have a wintertime event, and thus was born the National Farm Machinery Show Championship Tractor Pull in Louisville, Kentucky in February 1969. And while in Louisville, competitors met to decide on a national set of rules and began to organize a governing structure. So arrived the National Tractor Pullers Association with 10 charter member states and an office in Upper Sandusky, Ohio. All three of these entities remain in existence in furtherance of the motorsport of tractor and later truck pulling, but none of their founders could have imagined how the sport would develop and diversify over the next 50 years. Next time, we'll take a brief look at the types of vehicles you're likely to see at an NTPA event. Between now and then, check out our schedule page at ntpapull.com to find out where you can witness these awesome machines yourself. As we're fond of saying at NTPA, you really can hear the power and feel the noise. Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I'm John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
All right, there you go. Thank you very much, John Dunlap. Hope you had a wonderful Easter weekend there. All right, coming up top of the hour, for those who stick around via tncradio.live, special episode of the Truckers Radio Show with your host, Shelley Johnson. Shelley and Tom will be interviewing truck driving daredevil Mike Ryan this morning. Mike shares how he got started in the business, some of his memories working on films, Terminator 2, the Fast and Furious series. Yeah, that was actually Mike driving one of those Dodge Chargers, pulling the Volt down the street in Fast 5. Of course, Mike holds the record for the longest 18-wheeler jump that almost killed him. A film legend that most people have never heard of. You'll really get a kick out of this interview with Mike Ryan coming up top of the hour following the news. Then stick around for Building Stronger Minds, Dr. Christopher Kortman. Yeah, Chris and Tom talk about the importance of investments, not financial investment, but investments in things outside of yourself. All coming your way this morning on tncradio.live. Hey, good morning, Cue Ball. Hello, Cue Ball.
Good morning, Steve.
Hey there, what's going on?
Oh, I'm doing pretty good. So earlier, a couple things I want to touch base on real quick. Earlier, you guys were talking about them signals that send out to space to search for aliens, right?
Yes.
I hate to admit it, but I kind of agree on the idea of it's probably not a good idea. Because just even here on Earth, and it just kind of goes back, I don't know where it comes from. Maybe Star Trek or any of these TV shows, or, E.T. for that matter. But here on Earth, when has a dominant, a technologically dominant culture intermixed with a technologically inferior culture? And when is that not made, when it mixed together? When is it ever not in the world became where the technologically superior became the superior culture?
Right.
Like, think about it, right? If you can send a signal to space farther than we could travel, and they can travel here, but we can't go there,
right?
They're technologically superior.
Absolutely.
You don't want that mixing. It's just not a good idea. Earlier, you guys were talking about the whole thing with the 25th Amendment, Joe Biden, and all that fun stuff, right? Steve, it's very obvious at this point that, and it's just been more, I'm surprised it's being allowed to be in plain sight. So either his handlers are absolutely incompetent and stupid, or it's being done on purpose to show other countries that we are, our leaders are literally weak, incompetent, and literally don't even know what the hell is going on.
Yeah.
I've often believed that. When you look at what's going on, who's actually in charge? Clearly, Biden is not in charge. Okay, that wife of his. The other day, you've seen all these videos with the wife. The other day with the reading of the book, and she tells him literally step by step what to do. He has no understanding of what's going on, even to read a child's book on a Easter egg roll. And then you literally have I'm going to assume a guy, but it could be that other woman that usually goes, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, whenever he starts talking. But you literally have somebody in a freaking Easter bunny costume shushing the guy. Can you get any weaker, dumber, more incompetent than that? It's not funny anymore. It is to the point where it is ridiculous. What's next? Santa Claus is going to come down and hand him some coal? What in God's name is going on there? It's just to keep pretending that this guy actually is in charge of anything. And in the time, and I say this all the time, and these people are not smart enough to think this through. Because I literally believe these flaming left liberals, they are literally just either insane, not even incompetent, because incompetent means you're at least smart enough to understand, you just don't know it. I correct, use that with ignorance. When you're dealing with war, you're talking about Russia, and if they were to retaliate against us because we're arming the Ukrainians, only the President of the United States has the ability to release to release nuclear weapons. Do you really think Joe Biden is able to do such things? Do you think he really fully understands the ramifications of even a conventional war at this point? Fully? We no longer have mutually assured destruction, and any attack on us, I don't think, would be met with any kind of counteraction, because I don't think you can declare declare Biden incompetent while Russian missiles are literally flying in the air in time to get ours off before theirs lands. You don't have a nuclear deterrent any longer because the president really doesn't have a clue what planet he's on.
Yeah.
The Easter Bunny just showed you that.
Did you see the video of that? Like you said, I initially said it's almost funny, but it's not actually funny because it's so serious.
There's two angles of the same thing.
Yes,
right,
literally in his face, waving his hands like, hey, move, go there. It's like, what the hell?
Right, exactly. And then there's the one where he's he goes to shake hands with somebody who ain't even there, then he just brain freezes. He just stands there. And it wasn't just like, oh, crap. It was, he just stood there for a good while and then turned around and just kind of aimed around aimlessly. Like he had no idea. He had no clue where to go. Now, I understand you give a speech each time, each stage probably has a different direction to go. But he had no idea even. He just walked up there moments before that. He had no idea which way to go. I'm surprised he didn't try to jump into the crowd or something, like crowd surfing. At least that was an option. He had no clue. He goes into these moments where it's obvious he doesn't even understand. I literally think if you asked him his name at that point where he's sticking out his hand, he goes, hey, what's your name? People like, huh? I don't know. That's who can authorize a nuclear counterattack. This is beyond dangerous now, Steve. Way beyond dangerous. If anybody hasn't seen them videos, you need to find them and watch them. It is straight up scary now. This isn't just stammering around and, I'm Joe Biden, I'm running for Senate. Meanwhile, he's ran for Senate for like forever. This is really, really bad now. And then the optics of the Easter Bunny waving them off.
Yep.
That's a huge problem. That's the worst ever. And there's been bad ones.
Yeah, and they're saying who was in the bunny suit? That's the question. Who's in that suit?
I'll tell you what, the same handler. Like I said, it's the same handlers that when he starts answering questions when he's not supposed to, that start screaming, "Thank you, thank you, thank you." I can't be annoying Karen enough to be that.
Okay, yeah.
But I'm trying. You get the idea. That's who it is. One of them. Because they're trained in it. That's why. That's why I believe it. I believe it's one of them. Go think about it. Whoever's in the Easter Bunny suit knows to stick around and listen and pay attention because they might have to jump in.
Yeah.
So, I don't know. It's some scary stuff. People need to start waking up and looking into it. We are we're in a bad place right now.
Uncharted territory would be the word. Uncharted territory. All right. Well, Cue Ball, hey, great to hear from you. Yeah, the Easter Bunny, no less. You can't make this stuff up. All right, we'll return into here the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studio.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to serve us all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
My daughter Brinley is here at St. Jude. Coming here was literally life or death, and it was so scary. But St. Jude is fighting for one goal, like this one mission, life. And that gave us hope. We haven't received a single bill from St. Jude, so I really can just focus on what's best for Brinley.
Finding cures, saving children. Learn more at stjude.org.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Of course, now that the Easter weekend is over, I don't know how many billion eggs were consumed. Yeah, all those Easter eggs. Got to do something with them, right? So it's egg salad sandwiches, making some, whip up some potato salad, whatever. Eggs. The price of eggs, if you've not noticed, has soared in recent weeks. And it's this bird flu, the huge bird flu wave that is now affecting nearly 27 million chickens and turkeys, forcing many farmers to, they use the word depopulate or destroy their animals. To prevent further spread, the virus has impacted many different species, including penguins and bald eagles. But the poultry industry, the poultry spread has been tremendous, particularly among chickens that are raised for their eggs. Friday, the Department of Agriculture announced yet another outbreak, this one in 2 flocks in Idaho, the 27th state now which the virus has been found since February. According to the USD, Department of Agriculture, the price of a dozen eggs in November was hovering about $1. Right now, that price is at like $2.95 and rising. $3 a dozen. Now, this affects commercial birds, hobbyist backyard chicken flocks, wild birds, and it is spread via secretions. It leads to paralysis, swelling, and diminished egg production. No human cases of the avian virus detected in the U.S., but so far, about 1.3% of all U.S. chickens have been affected by the outbreak, and about 6% of the turkey flock. Now, the last major outbreak was back in 2015. They're saying this outbreak has the potential to actually be more significant and more disruptive to the poultry and egg markets. During the last epidemic, at this point in the outbreak, 66 days after the first detection, the percentage of total chickens affected was 0.02%. It ultimately climbed to about 2.5% of chickens, ultimately infecting 50 million birds destroyed. So based on the numbers, we're way ahead at 1.3% versus 0.02% in 2015, bird flu. All right, Rambler, hey there. Not a whole lot of time left, but yeah, thanks for dialing us back up.
Oh, you're welcome. You're welcome, George. Hello, Coast to Coast audience. I'm sorry, wrong show. I heard all these talk about aliens and stuff. I figured I was on Coast to Coast. But you mentioned all those eggs consumed. I wonder how many Dutch ovens are actually given. Anyway. Moving on, I want to take a moment. I received a lot of messages from a lot of listeners, and I want to just thank you all. We had a great, Determined Ministries Church, we had a great service this past Sunday. Steve, a lot of heartfelt messages were sent out to me. Said, Brother Rambler, that's the best I've ever heard you preach. And look, I appreciate the pat on the back. I appreciate the ad boy. But I want to tell you something. I'm going to be 100% honest and let this be known publicly. The only reason I'm able to do anything is because of the Lord Jesus Christ and the Holy Ghost, which came 10 days after he ascended up to heaven. The only reason I'm able to preach the way I preach, love the way I love, or I carry myself the way I carry myself, is the very love and the power of God through the blood of Christ and the Holy Ghost. And I want to thank you all for all your kind words. It really means a lot. But look, I know where the anointing and I know where the power comes from, and it don't come from me. So give a moment. Thank the Lord for what he's doing with this church, and thank God for what he's doing with this show, God's Children. And just want to just point out that we need to be loving more these days, God's children. Casey, I hope you listened to me, sir. God does have a purpose for you. I want you to do me a favor, kind sir. I want you to start getting by yourself and asking God not why, but Lord, why? Don't ask why did he spare your life, but ask what. Lord, while I'm here, what do you want me to do? And long-suffering, the definition of long-suffering is patience. Be patient. Don't hurry God. Wait on God to tell you what your purpose is. He'll tell you. But something you can do while you're here, we all can do, is learn to love one another. Because I'm going to leave you with this. I know time is short. Love is just not a four-letter word. It's not. There's many four-letter words. There's that F-bomb. You could be mean and say that. Steve Sommers' favorite four-letter word is F-R-E-E. Anything free for the Sommers family, that's Steve's favorite four-letter word. That's right. That's right. But my favorite four-letter word is love. And the only reason I can love and I can preach and I can teach and I can talk to you is because of one man named Jesus Christ. And love is just not another four-letter word. It's something you have to do. It's something you have to enact. And if Jesus can love you, and he does, old Brother Rambler can love you, and I do. And Steve, God bless you. I love you. All the Overnight Drive Nation, God bless you. I love you. Y'all stay safe. And don't forget, not only check out Steve Sommers and the Overnight Drive, but give us a shot, too, at the Turban Ministries Church. We love to have you. I love you, Steve. God bless you. And I'll talk to you later.
That's a great way to wrap things up here on a Tuesday morning. We'll do just that. You have a wonderful, safe day out there, and we'll return at the midnight hour tonight, Eastern Time, and do it all over again. Hope you'll join us for the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love.